just like Vietnam. Never again, that was their refrain. But their machines to kill, survive from the hill. For the love of Christ, we must put them down. Again and again, rivers of pain, I water run dry, murder they reply. And while we suffering multiply, they make it war up north, down, south, west and east. Murder and terror right with the breeze. The seeds of war we have sown has now germinated and grown. And up from the roots I discover what I call the fruits of their labor. We're reaping a harvest of war. We're up in a harvest of war. We all know the implications of war. Hundreds of millions around the globe will suffer from the lack of food and amenities. Somebody tell me, World Food Organization, they predict hunger will increase, virus and disease, displacement will see more refugees. This will be the norm of modern time. And added to that, those warmonger rats who create chaos in the dangerous and still murdering without fight or fuss. War up north, down, south, west and east. Murder and terror right with the breeze. The seeds of war we have sown has now germinated and grown. And on from the roots I discover what is now a bigger agenda. We're reaping a
Girl, I'm so glad Rebecca invited me to a party.
I know, right?
Let's go over and say hi.
Hi, Rebecca.
Hi. Rebecca, I love your hair. Rebecca,
I love your shoes.
what? Come push them out, let me see.
Look at this beautiful dress. Pause, girl, pause.
Oh my god, she really thinks she look good? You know what? I think everybody deserves to see how bad she looks.
Good idea.
Hashtag not cute. Hashtag Red Cross. Hashtag she don't look good.
Rebecca. Rebecca.
Rebecca, what is it? What is it? Why are you crying? Talk to me.
I'm so stupid. Why did anybody come?
I'm sorry.
That was not to think about me all the time. Let's talk about me. Yeah, I'm how I look.
Have you reported this to anyone at school? Why? Are you afraid they'll hurt you or something?
I can't eat. I'm away at night to focus on the mean stuff that was about me. I never did anything to them.
Rebecca, you can't be afraid. They're bullies, that's all. Look,
I'm sorry that you're hurting, but you shouldn't have to worry about the negative things people say or post about you. What they say is not the person you really are. And people who treat you in this way most certainly aren't your friends. Let me tell you something. You're beautiful on the outside and inside. Let no one tell you otherwise. You hear me? Always report these matters to the relevant authorities. But remember, if bullies know that you're scared and affected, they believe they have won. They believe they have the power over you. You need to find the inner strength and show them that you're not afraid.
Try that song again for me, please, Jason.
No, I want to watch TV.
Not until you finish your math.
No!
The Government Information Unit, GIU, is the communications arm of the Government of Montserrat. We serve as the official platform for news and information for and about the government's ministries and departments. We develop information products on government's policies, programs, projects, and activities, which are then channeled through various communication platforms. GIU, your official source for news and information on the Government of Montserrat.
This is morally wrong, yet I am still standing strong.
Oh my goodness.
From the time I want to come, music in me blood. Like it want to drive me insane. Rushing in my mind like it want to cause a flood. Filling me with sweet musical pain. So for sanity's sake, I'm on my knees. To the soca cause I plead. Sweet sounding beats to liberate me. Yeah, and stamina to do what I please.
Please, please, please.
Soca got my head
Ringing,
and my arms
loving,
and my feet floating way above the clouds. Soca got my feet
bumping,
and my waist
jumping.
kicks and jumping with a sweet pulsating sound. When the music
Shake,
on a hillside,
quick,
sweet, sweet is how my soul feels. Feel like I'm a
way down,
music I can
take
take
down.
So rain, let it rain on me. Let the music
Rain,
let the soca rain.
rain,
Let it fall down on me. Let the music
rain,
let the soca rain.
rain.
Let it fall on me. I'm feeling this rhythm in my mind and soul. Like it want to take me away to a soca island without any control. Songs by Arrow playing all night and day. Sounds of fans and drums, they fill my ears. And the bass line sweet for soul. Emerald City, I am coming home to you. Can't wait to play mass on the road.
Road, road, road.
Soca got my head
Ringing,
and my arms
loving,
and my feet floating way above the clouds. Soca got my bass
bumping,
and my waist
jumping.
kicks and jumping with a sweet pulsating sound. When the music
Shake,
on a hillside,
quick,
sweet, sweet is how my soul feels. Feel like I'm a
way down,
music I can
take
take
down.
So rain, let it rain on me. Let the music
Rain,
let the
and we're bringing you the second game, the second night of basketball here at the Multipurpose Sports Center, where we have St. Kitts versus Antigua and Barbuda. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Montserrat Under-26 Basketball Invitational Tournament, night number 2. My name is Jenzo Skerritt, and I'm here with Coach Kenford Samuel, and we are going to be giving you some basketball commentary. Good evening, Kenford.
Good evening, Genzo.
And it is indeed a pleasure to be down here a little bit this evening to bring the updates as it relates to this game. But before we get to this game, let's share with the public a little bit about what transpired last night.
Last night, Genzo, was ecstatic, exciting, fun, full. Yes, it was fun, exciting, and as you can see, the crowds and the videos that's been sharing all over the world today of the last match against the Shamrock boys.
Yes, indeed. The Shamrocks had an interesting game last night, and of course, the first game between BVI and St. Kitts, where BVI won, I think it was 82 or 82 to 80, a 2-point win there, and Montserrat as well, winning 78 to 77 last night as well. Let's look a little bit about the points that were scored by the various teams. Speak to the St. Kitts side.
Genzel, it was 82 to 84.
Yes.
In favor of BVI skillful ballers. Antoine Robinson putting up a 31 points, impressive 31 points, followed by Requan, 30, and Shaheem Tyson with 12 points. And for the St. Kitts and Nevis ballers, you had Leroy Wilkins putting up 14, Chavez, a young man to watch in this matchup, 29, and Leslin Wilshire, 25.
Yes, these athletes came out last night and definitely put on a show. And for the Montserrat versus Antigua game last night, Jordan Ryan put up 17 points and 10 rebounds. We had Jazik Weeks with 11 points and 2 rebounds, and of course Kristen Yearwood with 13 rebounds. Definitely a team effort by Montserrat. We're moving to the court side where we're going to have a jump ball here, and once the table signals to the half court, they will say that they're ready to jump the ball. Here we go. St. Kitts versus Antigua. And the officials this evening, Montserrat's very own Jamal Wade, representative from St. Kitts, Mr. Kingsley Liebert, and a special guest from Nevis, a referee joining us across the waters.
And I like what Mr. Liebert is saying there. Please put your attire in your shirts into your pants, looking uniform and stuff, looking professional, keeping things really professional tonight down at the Little Bay multi-purpose complex, asking for the shirts to be tucked in. Is that the center for
Antigua, yes, it is, number 30. But for those who can't see, we want to give a little description. St. Kitts is wearing the red shirt and red pants, and of course, Antigua in the traditional black shirt and black pants. Let's go. Here's number 27 for Antigua, setting up as the point guard. St. Kitts is in a 2-3 zone, and here is Antigua, jab stepping at the top of the key and attacking the wings and going to the basket early for a 2-point layup. Unfortunately, unsuccessful. Here comes number 3 for St. Kitts, going coast to coast, and he does not convert, but his teammate gets the rebound and attack. Here comes the captain, Tiquan Rogers, who is just driving, cutting like a hot knife through butter, and scoring 2 points.
2 points for the evening, and I'm saying it looks like an interesting matchup. So early in the game, St. Kitts and Nevis has drived. You know, last night they had a fast transitional play on top of the key, looking for that 3 points again. As you see, number 3 and the captain, Tiquan Rogers, coming down.
Yes, he's going to command the game this evening. I don't think he's going to wait to come alive. As you see, he tries to get the ball to the big man, number 14. But Antigua got a steal, and now they're bringing the ball over the half. Here is number 2 for Antigua, none other than Shaheem Omradi. And a referee signals on the court. Looks like a referee timeout. Yes, it is a referee's timeout. Ball remains with Antigua. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us on Radio Land and on the live stream, we are bringing you the MABA Under 26 Invitational Tournament Night 2, where we have Antigua Elites taking on the St. Kitts Ballers, the Sugar Boys, and they're definitely going to be showing us their talent this evening.
There's a next call. That's official call again? Referee's call?
Yes, that's the referee's call again. They are making sure that all players stay safe on the court, making sure that everyone is protected during the process of the game.
And we're telling everyone to come out tonight again. I know it's a Monday night. You know, pack the cars and get your families out here. Interesting game for these young players to see and get the crowd behind them. I wonder who's the 664 favorite outside of Shamrock Ballers, Jenzil.
We'll definitely have to do a poll on Facebook or on the GIS page and see what's happening. Ladies and gentlemen, St. Kitts is on the break and they're coming, but there is an attempt there for a block and unfortunately a collision, and there's a foul by number 30 for Antigua. That's the big man. He is Orion Seraphin, and he fouled the player number 8 for St. Kitts, who went for a layup. That's Leslin Wilshire. Last night he had a big game. He scored approximately, let's see, Leslin scored 25 points last night. So we're looking out for him this evening.
Yes, and he was lucky last night to be still in the game after so many fouls, and I think tonight he has to be careful because you can see the St. Kitts and Nevis boys are putting him under pressure early, going up to the basket.
Coach Kenford, tell us about the lineups this evening for the Wadadli Elites.
You have tonight you have Orion Seraphin, number 30. 2, Shaheem Omad, number 23. 5, Lopez Adams, number 48. 3, Rhonda Davis, 27. And 4, Tiquan Brody, number 14.
Yes, the Antigua team definitely coming out to show their might here, as the score 8-3-0. That's 3-4 and for St. Kitts and 0 for the Elites at this time. Here comes number 2 for Antigua, driving around the key, kicks out to the baseline of the three-pointer, ball out of bounds and awarded to the St. Kitts side. The Sugar Boys are getting comfortable in this game at this point.
I'm wondering, Jenzil, where's Jaden Andrew tonight, the number 8. Is it the point guard for the Wadadli Elites? Is there something that the coach is trying, something different tonight, and putting up the other guys to showcase their talent as much as possible?
Well, in a tournament like this, we have at least 4 games. I think the coaches are going to be definitely changing their lineups and giving players a different chance to showcase their talents. We have to remember it's a long tournament. For them, it's going to be 4 intense games, and they have to maximize their player utility. So here's Antigua, number 2, the guard, getting it to number 23. Number 23 for Antigua, none other than the big man himself, Sehaim Amradi. But the ball stolen by St. Kitts, and they're in transition. The ball is signaled out of bounds. The ball remains with St. Kitts. Good night, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to basketball in Montserrat. Night number 2. Yes, we have night number 2. Montserrat Basketball Invitational Tournament. St. Kitts taking on Antigua. We have a bounce pass into the post, but stolen away by the guard for Antigua, number 27, who brings it over the court.
Randy Davis.
Antigua in a motion offense. You see the guards attacking the key, pass and dish, and here it is again, back to another pass and dish, and a shot on the baseline by number 27.
And that's a traveling.
Traveling called by the referee from St. Kitts on the gentleman on the baseline for Antigua. St. Kitts has the ball. 7 minutes left in this, the first quarter.
And it's 3-0, and the score is 3-0. Surprisingly, the conversion for the Wadadli Elites, they have not been able to start the scoring this evening, but St. Kitts is still on the attack. Here is the guard, number 3, kicks it out to number 5, but that's going to be a backcourt violation on St. Kitts. Ball goes to Antigua and Barbuda. Chavez Belborda is coming in the game tonight. He's kind of quiet at this early time. What's going on there, Jenzi? What do you think is going on there with him at this point?
It's simply rotations. That's what the coaches are looking. They're looking at different matchups, and they're trying to get an advantage any way possible when it comes to guard play and as it relates to the post play. So the coaches will try to find a mismatch or an advantage at some point. Here's St. Kitts in transition. Primary break, coast to coast, 2-point conversion, and that's Chavez once again.
Yes. So I wonder if he would have a big goal scoring night tonight as well, Jenzel.
Well, I can't say that yet because, let's see, it's still early in the game. But here's Antigua launching up a 3. Rebound here, attempted by number 2 for Antigua, but somehow the captain, Tiquan Rogers, for St. Kitts gets that ball. He's bringing it over the half, and he is dissected, looking for an opportunity here to break down this 3-2 defense of Antigua.
And that's a traveling, and I see the defense of the Antiguan Elites stepping up as the time goes, but still nothing on the board, Jenzel. Nothing at all.
Well, let's see. They're going to look at different matchups. Like I said, Antigua is an experienced team. They have a very good coaching staff. Dr. Byron Andrew has been around the basketball circuit for some time, and I know these guys would have had a lot of preparation within the Antigua training camp to get here. So it's still early in the game. 5 minutes, 36 seconds left, and here comes St. Kitts once again in the primary break, pushing down the court, and they kick it back out. Here's Tiquan Rogers launching the 3, and it's an air ball. First one for the season and first one for the night.
And I'm still worried about there's no points on the board, and you have a new player checking in, number 48 for Wadadli. Number 48, you have Lopez Adams, and there's a timeout. I think there's a timeout call from the Antiguan bench. And
yes, Antigua is coached by none other than Wanga Armstrong. He's very popular in the Antigua basketball circles, and of course assisted by none other than Coach Byron Andrew. So as I was saying prior, these gentlemen would have been working with a system over the last several years. The Wadadli Elites have been coming up through the ranks and definitely have been competing over there in Antigua, and they're representing their Antigua and Barbuda, of course, here in Montserrat this evening, and going to be taking on St. Kitts now. St. Kitts Sugar Boys also have their training camp for several years, and they're just ready to show us what they've been working hard. We had 2 years of COVID, and now this is the first tournament after. And where else should it be held than right here in Emerald City? I mean, Emerald City is like the home of basketball for the Leewers at this point.
At 1664, and I'm asking this question to you, Jenzel. While you're playing in your early times, how many encounters, or what's the best encounters you've encountered playing with Wadadli, against Wadadli?
Some of the memories I have, it takes me across the Leeward Islands, of course. We've been to St. Kitts, we've been to Nevis, under 19, and of course to St. Martin. But one of the more memorable ones would have to be in Antigua, where we had a showcase down at Jolly Beach. But that's just my personal experience. We're here to talk basketball and what's happening. I want to say special good night to ZJB crew, and of course our team that's given us the fantastic broadcast this evening on the live stream. Here's St. Kitts, number 3, driving at the top of the key, crosses over, passes the ball to the wing, gets it over to number 8, who takes that jump shot. That's Wilshire, but number 27, the guard, very skillful. He's about 5'10". He gets the ball, gets the rebound, and settle down Antigua offense right away. Here's 2, getting the ball into the post to the big man, number 30, was Mr. Seraphim, and he tries a post attack there, but unfortunately they don't convert. 4 minutes 36 left, first quarter.
And I think the fans will be kind of irritated by me saying that we're still 5-0. The Wadadli Elites has yet to score. That's a quick turnover and ball go up, and that's a lovely layup off the glass. So now it's 7-0.
Well, basketball is about runs. It's about runs, sustaining the run, keeping mentally in tune to what's happening. St. Kitts came with a ball game to run Antigua this evening, but Antigua is not going to go out without a fight. And these guys definitely have prepared, and they're going to show us at some point that they're ready for some action. Here's St. Kitts again in transition. Primary break number 10, and that's 9 at this point for the St. Kitts Sugar Boys.
And I find that they're playing a little different from their matchup last night. They've changed some things, the transition, moving the ball around. They're taking their time some more, looking for that runner off the ball, running inside of the key as much as possible. So I'm wondering if that's something that the coach implemented going forward, seeing the elites playing last night.
Every night you're going to see the competition and the strategy improve. What you're seeing now is just that St. Kitts, instead of reserving that 25% energy in the first quarter where they were just exchanging, they're now on the attack. They're now in the attack from the first quarter. Here's St. Kitts again, driving, getting the rebounds, doing the extra things. Score now 11-0. 3 minutes, 36 seconds remaining. Antigua now starting to talk to one another on the court, and number 27 with the ball at the top of the key. St. Kitts in a 3-2 zone. Antigua still playing motion. And number 2, he's not attacking the basket. 8 seconds on the shot clock. Here's a spin move, baseline. And
he's
here is Antigua. Converts. Rallies. Here's the call, and he rallies and he converts, bringing some life to the Antigua bench. Here is number 8, Wilshire for St. Kitts, taking the 3-pointer on the baseline. But St. Kitts gets the offensive rebound. Here's Balboa passing the ball to number 11. Mr. Boyd, hop step in the key, and 2-point conversion for St. Kitts. They are pretty much about 10 points ahead now, and they're comfortable 11 points, and they're looking to just sustain the rest of this quarter.
I just hope that we have a good matchup between these two tonight. He goes for a 3 off of the key.
Mr. Seraphim gets the rebound, but the ball ricochets out of his hand. And here's Antigua getting the steal as they try to get back up the court. Here's number 14 crossing over. It's a 2-on-1, and he's getting out of the trap zone. And Seraphim collects at the top of the key. He's the big man. He's about 6'5". Crossover, hop step, goes to the key, puts his body on the man,
and draws the foul.
Draws the foul there. So 2 minutes, 18 seconds here, first quarter. If you're just joining us on ZJB and the live stream, you're listening to the Montserrat U26 Basketball Invitational Tournament, night number 2. I'm here with Coach Kenford, and we're going to do our best to do the ball-by-ball commentary and comments.
Yes.
Right?
And do remember, these players are young players. So you can come out, you see what they're doing, you can see the experience that some of these players have, and we can continue to build something like this in Montserrat.
Absolutely. Special good night to my friends across the board. I see GIU representatives here, and of course ZJB. I want to say a special good night to the other commentators in the booth, Mr. Andrew Daly, who will be joining us shortly to assist with some of the commentary. But yes, we are still having basketball action. St. Kitts and Antigua, big rivalry for years, for many years, as St. Kitts brings over the ball off the half court. Here's Wilshire, 8 for St. Kitts, taking a shot on the baseline, but number 5, Captain Tikwan Rogers, collects that rebound and puts it back on the glass.
Yes, and we have now Tikwan Brody going down from outside shot. Quick interchange play. Can he get up off the glass? And that's a rejection. And what was it, a block?
It's called goaltending.
Goaltending.
Where Mr. Seraphin took it off the glass and he's asking for a sub because he's damaged his leg there on the landing.
Do you think that's more feelings than anything else? Calls are not going his way for the evening and he's thinking, no, what can I do? As you can look and see him sitting on the bench, kicking himself. So I'm wondering if that's personal or it's some sort of injury.
No, well, the young man for the last 2 nights, from what I've seen, is a warrior.
Yes.
He comes out here and he puts his heart, he leaves everything on the court. As you see, anything that goes close to the rim, he seems to be the number 1 shot blocker. You remember last night in the closing seconds of the Antigua-Montserrat game, he was the gentleman who attempted the block on Jazik.
Yes.
And Montserrat was still able to get that ball in transition, and instead of putting down their heads, they came through and finished the game. So Seraphin is definitely a catalyst for Antigua, and him subbing at this time with 2 minutes left in the quarter is definitely going to affect their momentum.
Okay, I see one of the teams, I think it's St. Kitts and Nevis, they called a timeout. I do hope now the Wadadli elites can reform, get themselves together and get back out and give us a performance like last night again. And Genzi, we must speak about last night, both games. We must speak about both games that happened last night, and the 2 teams are playing later.
Yes, well, you're absolutely right. Last night was very energetic and I would even say electric. As you listen to the commentary during the first game and the second game, for those who were here to witness the christening of this tournament, it was absolutely amazing and very fantastic to be a part of. But the listeners out there are very interested with what's happening at this point. And I'm going to tell them that it looks like Antigua is going to do a rally here within the next 2 minutes. And look out for some energy coming from these Antiguas this evening, because I'm telling you, they're not taking it like that. The score now, 4 for the elites, 17 for the Sugar Boys. 1 minute, 45 seconds remaining in the quarter.
Zachariah setting up the play on the key, on the outside, looking. Notice a lot, Genzil, I haven't seen much screening going on for some of these teams. They're playing outright, driving inside the paint. He went up just there. The 2 is blocked. Turnover. Now the St. Kitts and Nevis ballers have the ball. Putting out to the captain, Robinson. Robinson goes up big. 1 arm. Trying to get a dunk. Missed dunk. So they're going down.
Here's that Tikwan Rogers, a captain for St. Kitts, trying to get that ball in the basket just now, but Antigua gets control. Here's number 2 to the baseline. Jump shot there. A little bit long, and here comes Boyd collecting the rebound for St. Kitts, and the captain, Tikwan Rogers, brings it over the half. Here's number 1 for St. Kitts. Drives, but Seraphin, again, he's going to be the blocking champion for this tournament. So far, he's blocking everything that's going towards the basket. Here's Antigua driving. Number 2 to the top of the key. Going to the key. And 2-point conversion. 3-point opportunity there for number 2 for Antigua, who is Shaheem Omradi.
And as I said before, driving into the key. Both teams are driving. They're not waiting for that screen. I don't know if that's something that they would put in or implement going into the other games, but they're just driving inside of the key as much as possible. And he's converted his free throw.
Yes, 44 seconds here left in the first quarter. Here is St. Kitts bringing it over the half. A screen at the top of the half. Ball now to the free throw line extended. And Boyd tries a post move, but he's unsuccessful. Here comes number 2 for Antigua.
Zachariah.
Tiran Zachariah, who's going coast to coast. And a foul called. Whistle blown, and the ball will be awarded to St. Kitts. 24 seconds. Here comes St. Kitts in the primary break. And a block again from Antigua.
Young Dominic Anthony blocking that. And
ball is on, yes, the ball on the floor, and we have bodies on the floor, but it's all in good fun for the
and that's passion.
Coming up next, we're going to have Mr. Andre Daly. He's going to join us in the commentary booth and give us a little of his experience and speak to the basketball here that's happening this evening. Good evening, Andre. Welcome to the Mama Under 26 Invitational.
Thank you. Good evening, Denzel, and good evening, Samuel. Nice to be here. It's quite an interesting game so far. You're seeing the younger guys from the Antigua team. They are really trying to hustle and get back their score up to something more competitive, but they have been outpaced by the Kittitian side so far, and it's very good basketball, very good athleticism. You know, these young guys are putting their all into it, getting their showing their talent.
Definitely, and as you would know, the age for these players is between 19 and 22 for the Antiguan teams. Very young players here this evening. St. Kitts as well has players between the ages of 19 and 24. So definitely young players coming.
Yes, sir.
The Government Information Unit, GIU, is the communications arm of the Government of Montserrat. We serve as the official...
Squad is a very interesting squad, and to pull out that victory yesterday evening over St. Kitts, it's quite a feat. So it's going to be a very interesting match this evening against Montserrat as we take it back to the court.
Yes, we look forward to that game coming up next. Here it is, the second quarter, second night of basketball. First game, St. Kitts versus Antigua. Here's Tiquan Rogers over the half, gets it to the top of the key to number 10, and Baldoa takes a jump shot. It's about 22 feet, and that connects, bringing the score now to 19-7. 9 minutes and 45 seconds left in the first half. Here is 2 for the Wadadli Elites. He's at the top of the key, gets it to the wing, dribble, and getting it down to Mr. Seraphin, who's calling. No, here's number 2 launching up a 3, and the ball is rebounded by St. Kitts. Here's an outlet pass to Baldoa, who converts again.
Yes, very good playing by the St. Kitts team, even though Antigua seems to be trying to pull back into the scoring. The St. Kitts are keeping them at bay. And then we have number 30 there, passing it out to good three-pointer from number 14 from the Wadadli Elites. That's Brody. Yes. Very good shot. And
yes, St. Kitts again attacking, playing very smart basketball this evening, taking patience, looking for the opportunities. But Antigua somehow is able to scrape and get that ball away from them as they go over the half court. And St. Kitts sets up in a 2-3 zone. Antigua Elites back into a motion set, skip across the court. Number 14 lines up for a 3-point attack and misses the shot. Number 10 for St. Kitts, the big man by the name of Leroy Wilkinson, collects the rebound. Here comes St. Kitts. Wilkinson at the top of the free throw line, Oh, Tribal get a tip dunk there, and he gets back the ball again, and he's successful on the second attempt.
Yes, and Providence looks very, very good there trying to do that rebound dunk. But at the moment we have Zachariah, point guard, going down for Antigua Elites. Passes over to number 35. Passes to number 14, Brody, now into the center, who goes for the jump shot.
A little bit strong on that shot on the baseline, and St. Kitts gets the rebound. Taquan Rogers to the free throw line extended, gets it to Baldoa. Baldoa, nice little hook there, unfortunately doesn't connect. Pass fake, then a pass to the baseline. Wilkinson on the baseline for a jump shot. St. Kitts again gets another offensive rebound. Here's Taquan Rogers attacking the zone, but Antigua getting that ball away, and here comes the Elites, spinning the ball to 35. Back to number 2, who's at the top of the key, and there's 2 screens. Unfortunately, he takes neither of them. Skip pass to the baseline, jab step, and here's the ball to number 35. St. Kitts gets the rebound.
Yes, number 14 rebounds, passes off to number 5 for St. Kitts. That's Rogers, who passes, and there's a call on the floor.
Yes, foul there on the Antiguan player,
Anthony.
number 34, who is Anthony, and he slapped the offensive player for St. Kitts while he was going to the basket. So the ball will be on the side as Kingsley Lyrebirds puts him in the book, and the ball now with St. Kitts Sugar Boys. Here's the Sugar Boys, and Antigua cleans up and gets that rebound, and number 14 for Antigua gets it across to the baseline for a jump shot. The long shot there, but still no connection for the Antiguan Elite. Here is number 4.
Is there?
Yes.
And he drives straight to the board and puts that layup in. And what I've noticed with the Elites, they are positioning for the rebound on the offensive, but they are not extending their arms and creating that space. So the St. Kitts team seems to always come in and grab those offensive rebounds. And I think the coaches should be looking at that and seeing how they could remedy that for the rest of the game. And we've got 6 minutes, 48 seconds in the second quarter.
That's right, and we want to remind everyone of the sponsors this evening. We'd like to say special thanks and good night to the government of Montserrat. We have ZJB on board. Special good night to ZJB staff and crew. Could never come here and not pay special mention to the team Sarah, who has been our platinum sponsors for this tournament. Special thanks to GIU for the stream and the support. And where would we be without Flo? Of course, a special good night and our partners as well, the Bank of Montserrat Limited. Special good night to all the sponsors this evening who have come on board to bring this experience of basketball, Leeward Island competition to you. Here is St. Kitts in transition, missing that layup, and Antigua, number 34, gets the rebound and gets it back up the court. I see a foul there on travel call. Let's talk about that just now.
The travel, and you can see the inexperience in the Antigua young guys. You know, they're here, they're having fun, but they just have they need to get a bit more experience to manage this St. Kitts team, who seems to be a bit more seasoned, and it goes to show the level of competition in each island and the age levels. Because I know Antigua right now is having their ABA league, and they would have a lot of players who are taking part in that and would not be able to come here. So, you know, St. Kitts now has a more mature and seasoned team, and they seem to be taking advantage, and that kind of reflects in the score, where we have the Sugar Boys leading 28 to the Elites 10, 18 points.
I'm going to be a little bit controversial as my colleague across the waters. I will say special good night to Mr. Gregory Willock listening across the waters. I'm going to be a bit controversial. I'm going to say that the teams had a very tough night last night. And because of the level of competition for the both matches, you may see a little wear and tear in their legs, even though they had a little time to recoup today. But is it that the games yesterday were so grueling and difficult that you're seeing the change this evening? You're seeing some stuff manifest that wasn't there yesterday?
Yeah, well, I'm seeing less slippage. Yeah. Yesterday evening there was quite a few finding your feet and kind of slipping on the court. This evening the guys seem to be a bit more steady. They seem to have figured out how to actually move on the court, and you see more control and less slippage, less losing the ball. And there's Nice drive by number 8 for St. Kitts, Wiltshire.
Yes.
Trying to pass, and the other player just wasn't there in time. You got number 27 for Wadadli, Davis, who's at the top of the key. He fakes, stands up for the 3, and he banks it in. 3 points from Davis for the Antigua Elites.
That's correct. The Elites here going to try and steal. He's chasing down the loose ball, flicks it back to the Antiguan player, gets it down on the baseline. They're attacking the key, jump stop at the free throw line, and he misses the shot. But number 3 for St. Kitts commands the ball, and he's jump passing to none other than number 4 for St. Kitts. They're at the top of the key, and a jump shot by number 10 is good by Wilkinson, who's finding his way in this tournament.
Yes, and we've seen some good ball movement still by the St. Kitts team as Davis point guard takes it down. He's at the top of the key, dribbles in, tries the shot, rebound by Wilkinson, who drives down the court, passes it to number 3, the point guard for St. Kitts, Boda, and there's a blocking foul on number 27 for the Elites.
Yes, at this time they're going to try to slow down the pace of what the Sugar Boys are doing. You see the Sugar Boys are pushing tempo this evening, and the Antigua team is definitely not going to just lay down and take it. They're going to find a way to dig through all what's happening. As you see Seraphin stealing the ball away there and getting it back to his point guard, number 27, bringing it over the half. What we in? Antigua is in a 3-2 zone, and they're attacking, and the basket there is good. Score now 16-30. St. Kitts still on top of what's happening. The Sugar Boys. Here's Wilshire. It's turning around Skyhook. And number 34 for Antigua collects the rebound. But the guard comes for the ball. Brings it over the half. Number 27. He's dribbling, crossing over. And number 14 spots up, takes another shot. The big man for St. Kitts.
Providence.
Gets the rebound. He's about 6'9". Gets that rebound, tries to get it to the guard, but communication there is key. Some things are muscle memory, and if you don't look sometimes, these turnovers can happen.
Yes, very, very good dominance by Providence there for St. Kitts. He's really showing his presence. We've got Davis at the top of the key. He goes for that 3-point again, bounces off the back of the rim. Providence rebounds, and St. Kitts has control of the ball, but Antigua decides to press. And
yes. Antigua is going to press because they want to get that ball away from the St. Kitts guards. Here's Boyd for St. Kitts, who gets a nice little fadeaway bump there on the baseline, comfortable, and gets that 2-point conversion. I want to say a special good night to the Ministry of Sports, of course, for the work they've been doing, preparing the facility. As you see, the court this evening in impeccable condition, and of course the fans are definitely safe as they sit in the stands. Special good night to them for the work that they've been doing to keep this facility as it should be.
Yes, and the power of sports tourism is on display right here in Montserrat. We got 27 point guard going up for Antigua. Very good attempt, blocked though by St. Kitts. Number 3, Boda has the ball, gets it stripped by number 34, Anthony, who drives to the board, passes on the 3-point to Bodie, who takes the shot, and it bounces in Antigua. It inches. Is it 3? No, 2 points closer to the target.
And this is what we were talking about earlier. It's not just about what happened in the first 5 minutes of the game. Antigua is playing 4 quarters of basketball. So what you'll see is that they're going to test to see where St. Kitts is offensively, defensively, analyze what's happening, and then you're going to see them change towards their style of play and how they're going to handle the St. Kitts pressure. So here it is. St. Kitts going to inbound the ball. 2 minutes, 31 seconds remaining. Inbound by number 8 to the captain. Taquan Rogers calls for a screen. Screen there, but a foul there with number 27. He's going into the book. Oh, foul there, Mr. Boyd for St. Kitts. So Antigua will get the ball.
Yes, and the game starts to get a bit physical, more physical. So the referees are trying to keep the pace intact. You know, Antigua and St. Kitts, they have a rivalry that goes way back, and you want to have a good game.
Yes, but definitely so far it's been a good showing. I see good sportsmanship from both sides, as number 27 for Antigua gets it in the hands of the big guard. Number 2, ooh, nice hesitation, driving to the key, gets it back to Surfing, 30, who spins, nice float, and the basket is good. He is comfortable in that position on the court.
Yes, and you see Surfing looking for the call. He wanted that 3-point play. However, he didn't get it. We've got Antigua
getting the
position.
rebound, yes, and attacking again on the primary break, not trying to hold up the pace. Gets it back to Surfing, who takes a 3, and that's good. Big man taking the 3 there. Score now 21 to 34.
Yes, we've got just over a minute in the second quarter.
Yes, and the bench has called a timeout, so both teams will go to their respective corners as the referees assemble at the scorer's bench and get some instructions for the remainder of this game. You see referee Kingsley Liebird having a conversation with the table officials. I see Miss Cordelia Yearwood, Calvin Lewis, Clarissa is there, and of course Tavik Benjamin. These are the table officials this evening. I want to say special good night to them because they're coming out and of course doing this wonderful service as they keep the scores for the games going forward.
Yes, and there's some adjustments being made to the score. We're just waiting to see what the final adjustment would leave it at. Currently at the elite at 24. It's been adjusted down to 23. Let's see what it takes. But so far, you can see the elites are really, they're starting to get a bit frustrated. Their coach needs to keep them in the game, you know, and not let them try to be the referees and still the players, because we see a bit of time that the players are looking to the referees for foul and the game goes on. So the referees for the elites, the coaches for the elites needs to, you know, get the guys focused on the game, not on refereeing. We're seeing some intense playing here, and I don't think we'll be seeing any soft balls.
Of course, Jamal Wade gets it there too. The St. Kitts, here's Taquan Rogers, and the ball pass going the same way. St. Kitts Sugar Boys wants the ball, and the coach on the side is active, jumping up and down, and he wants that former big man for St. Kitts, aka Ghost. His name is Mr. Phillip, and a timeout call there. It looks like they call in the St. Kitts side to the bench. All types of techniques here being used by the St. Kitts team. As 1 minute 19 seconds remaining in the second quarter. Here's the captain, Taquan Rogers for St. Kitts. And it's going to be a backcourt violation. No. St. Kitts gets back the ball. Here's number 8, Wilshon. Whoa! What a block. He jumps out the gym for that block just now.
Yes, it's a very, very aggressive block. However, we're waiting to see what the decision is by the referees. Is it just out of bounds?
Yes, it's just a block, and the ball remains with St. Kitts. But I'm telling you, Seraphim just jumped at least a foot above the rim to get that block just now.
Yes, well, in most games, the ball handler would have the right of way. I think Seraphim crossed the path into the ball handler, and there should have been a foul awarded. However, there was none, and the game continues. And as I said before, the referees are not calling any easy calls. Number 8, inbounds.
Trying to get an inbound there, but the Antigua player, hands extended, gets the ball up. A big an attack there by number 14 for St. Kitts. That's the 6'9" player. He jumped as well to try to get a dunk. Unfortunately, he could not connect. Ball awarded to the Antigua Elites. Wadadli Elites are getting themselves, it's only an 11-point game. It is only an 11-point game. 5 twos, 3 threes. Very close game.
It's a 9-point game.
9-point game? Well, that's what I said.
3 threes.
3 threes.
And that's one attempt by number 34. However, it's not outside. St. Kitts remains in possession.
1 minute remaining. 1 minute remaining in this.
And St. Kitts overpassed just now. A ball goes back into the Elite's possession. And this is where the coaches need to really have have the guys playing and settling down and playing proper basketball and not getting overwhelmed. We got number 27. He's been tightly guarded by Rogers, who steals the ball, throws it to number 4. Let's see if he settles down.
They're going to spread the court.
Number 14 goes up, but he is fouled with 35 seconds left back. That's
Stephen Providence, 6'9". Stephen Providence. He's going to get a chance to shoot 2 free throws as he tried to get a layup attempt just now, but he was fouled, and he was lining up here now. He was fouled by number 34 for the Wadadli Elites, Mr. Dominic Anthony. First free throw attempt, and he misses. He lines up again. Referee Jamal Wade passing the ball to the players, making sure that they line up and keep their feet where they're supposed to be on the inbound. And the young man for St. Kitts, he's at the cherry stripe, waiting patiently. Ball to number 14. Bends his knees, flicks his wrist. Second shot is good. Score now 33-23. 10-point game. 35 seconds left. He has 27 for Antigua. Mr. Ron Davis.
Yes, and the shot clock seems to have been stuck. Number 27 goes up, puts it in, and it counts 3 points to Antigua. But we had a bit of a shot clock malfunction as we have Rogers at the top of the key for St. Kitts. And he's fouled. Elites is already over the limit, so St. Kitts goes to the line to shoot 2.
Yes, St. Kitts back to the line again, and that's at this time of the game, it has to be stop the clock and score. Stop the clock and score. So St. Kitts is executing their plan very well. Captain Tiquan Rogers, wearing number 5, lined up waiting for the ball at the free throw line. Referee Jamal Wade, former national player for Montserrat, now getting the ball now in the hands of Tiquan Rogers for St. Kitts. Jamal as well was a former captain for the national side at one point, junior team. So here is Tiquan Rogers. Flicks his wrist and basket is good. Bringing the score now to 34 points. What's happening on the court, Mr. Daly?
Well, the guys are going to try and capitalize on this final 24 seconds. Got basically 1 shot, maybe we could get 2. And I think yesterday evening, that was one of the problems that Antigua established. They had control of the ball in the final seconds and they decided to shoot.
Absolutely, and that's just experience.
That's just very much experience. We got number 27 at the top. Can he passes to number 2, Zachariah, who drives through and puts it in. And missed pass by St. Kitts, back to Zachariah, who's at the top of the key, passes to Seraphin, who tries the 3, and that's it for the first half. We've got the Elites trailing 28 to the Sugar Boys 35.
Lots of basketball action here at the Multipurpose Sports Center at Leather Bay. We invite all persons on island to come on down and witness basketball again after the COVID-19 pandemic. It's back with a bang, and we're definitely doing our best to bring you the ball-by-ball commentary. My name is Jenzo Skerritt. We're going to give you a little break, grab a quick drink, and then you'll see us back here in approximately 5 minutes. Signing out for now. See you soon here from us.
Brings man again, where the sun the rain. As I travel the road to nowhere, from Silver Hills right down to Hell's Gate, I decided to capture the road march in this year. I went down there to meditate. As I navigate this rocky road, in Jah I put my faith. I seen wild donkey, wild boar, sinkhole, capacoa, acres and acres of real estate. I seen a country living on hope. That's why Montserrat broke. The country bankrupt. The country bankrupt. The country bankrupt. The country bankrupt. British don't care about this country. They don't care about the economy. They don't care about this country. They keep sending us 2 pence evening. You do some offshore banking. The puppets politicians down here can only govern by fear. Their lies, promises, intimidation is too much to bear. That's why the country drained. People migrating out of here. I see wild donkey, wild boar, sing old copper core, acres and acres of real estate. I seen a country living on hope. That's why Montserrat broke. The country bankrupt. The country bankrupt. The country bankrupt. The country bankrupt. British don't care about this country. They don't care about the economy. They don't care about the country. Can't find a word to feed my dignity.
Government Information Unit, GIU, is the communications arm of the Government of Montserrat.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Sports Center. And we're here joining the second half of night number 2, Montserrat Under 26 Basketball Invitational Tournament. Playing on the court, St. Kitts and Nevis versus Antigua. I'm joined in the booth with some new commentators. I have Jaish Wadani and, of course, Mr. Peter White. Good evening, gentlemen, and how are you?
Good evening, Genzel. Thank you very much for the introduction. And good evening, Mr. White, as well.
Yeah, good evening to the folks at home.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to try our best to bring you some commentary of what's happening. Mr. White, I say a special good night to you because you're part of the Basketball Foundation in Montserrat. Tell us what have you been seeing over the last two nights this evening?
Well, I think it's an improvement, I think, in terms of especially our game. And I think it's bodes well for basketball going forward in the Lewis.
Absolutely. Here's St. Kitts, Mr. Tikwan Rogers. Sadwani, you remember he's the captain. Yes, and he's getting that ball up to his offensive players as Antigua remains in what it seems to be a man-to-man zone. And St. Kitts attacking the basket this evening on a reverse layup there, but Antigua somehow grabs that defensive rebound.
That's right. A lot of aggression shown by both teams here. I remember both teams are now trying to get a win after they lost the games yesterday. So I'm expecting that the coaching and the management staff of both teams had a talk in the dressing room and at the hotel, like, listen guys, we lost one, we have to win the next game.
And here is Tikwan Rogers, Jaish, getting that ball and of course going coast to coast to the basket. Cannot convert at this time, but Antigua, Wadadli elites getting that ball, and nevertheless, seems that the ball was slapped away by the St. Kitts players. Antigua has control of that ball.
Yeah, and on the court for the St. Kitts and Nevis Sugar Boys, we have number 8, Leston Wiltshire. We have number 14, Stevenson Providence. We have number 3, Chavez Belboda. We have the captain, Tikwan Rogers. And for the Antiguan team, we have Orion Seraphine, which is number 30. Oh, I can't see too well from where I'm seated, but we will bring that to you in a few moments. But anyway, that's a rebound by number 10 of St. Kitts, and passes to number 8 as he brings the ball over half-court line. Strong drive, and it cannot finish. Good defense there by Orion of the Wadadli Elites. Ball stolen by the St. Kitts.
It's Antigua, actually, and as Antigua brings the ball across, 3-point from the baseline, touches the front of the rim, but cannot convert. Here is Balboa taking that ball for St. Kitts. He's on the baseline, lining up a 3, a dagger.
Gets it to go, and the score is moving on to 30 Elites and 38 for the Wadadli, for the St. Kitts Sugar Boys.
Here's 27, dribbling the ball patiently at the top of the key. There's a screen there, passes to Seraphine, lines up for a 3, ball collected by the captain, Tikwan Rogers, number 5. Stutter steps in the backcourt, brings it over the half, passes it to Baldoda, gets it on the baseline to Wilkinson, who takes a jump shot, a rebound there by the big man under the basket, gets it into the guard's hands. He's bringing it over the half for Antigua. And I know this gentleman, he plays the 3-man game very well, Zakawinki. What do you think there?
Yeah, Zachariah, he's been a name that I've mentioned quite a few times in yesterday's game. He's a lot of skill, very good guard. He is, has great handles and passes the ball very efficiently. So looking for great things from Zachariah throughout this game. And here we have an inbound play. Ball to Zachariah, top of the key, dribbles, screen set passes, and loses the ball. Turnover by Wadadli on the fast break for St. Kitts. There's a 3-ball, alley-hoop, and alley-hoop by himself. Miscommunication there, yeah.
By the St. Kitts team, and Antigua looking to capitalize as they slow down the pace, get into their set. They're going round the key, and the Horns ball is in the number 2 for a 3-point attempt, and another 3-point attempt. But St. Kitts collects the ball, skip down the court to Baldoda, and basket is good.
Yeah, easy layup there, finished by Baldoda. A very strategic move, I must say. They knew that they would convert that attempt into a fast break and a quick turnaround for the St. Kitts Sugar Boys. We have number 27.
Trying to live and die with a 3, and it's not working.
Yeah, absolutely.
You must also say that the perimeter is guarded well by the Sugar Boys. playing very good defense here in the third quarter. We have St. Kitts driving and a block by Orion. And a foul is called.
Substitutions here at 6 minutes and 12 seconds. Timeout as well for the Wadadli Elites. Referee has signaled a timeout, and they're going to talk it over, looking at the performance. Coach Peter White, speak to the listeners a little bit about your experience in basketball. They want to know Peter White talking about basketball. Why is he talking about basketball?
Well, as you mentioned, I coached the national team at one point, and in fact, it's at the point where we sort of bring basketball up to what we feel was a fairly good standard. We overcame the kind of I think fear that we used to have of playing against Antigua in particular.
Yes.
We found that no matter how well we played during the game, when it came close to the crunch, we sort of just felt that we can't get over it, can't play. And and I think during my time we were able to beat Antigua twice, in fact, in 2 years. And having done that, I think it sort of changed the mentality. And we can see the result of that last night, because with the game winding down with seconds to go, those guys never gave up.
Mr. White, being a pioneer that you are in the basketball industry in Montserrat, how do you compare our boys here tonight to the team that you coached a few years ago?
Well, I think what is happening now is that they're playing more disciplined basketball. Before, they just used to run up and down the place, and everybody felt that they needed to shoot. There was very little defense involved in their play, and very little organized offense.
And if you had the opportunity to have a word with the Montserratian team or all the teams in general, what advice would you give them going forward into their basketball career?
Well, I think they need to refine that discipline in terms of play, and I think they're on their way. I see a lot more formal game than we used to. Fellas never used to even run a pick. They would just simply, jump in front of somebody and try in terms of defense or offense.
Here we have the Wadadli Elites on the fast break coming down. A miss, goes up again, rebounded by number 10 of the St. Kitts Sugar Boys, and that is Leroy Wilkinson. A pass in, drives, misses the layup. Wadadli Elites come down the court. We have a drive here, pulls up at the free throw line, does not get it to go. Sugar Boys back up the court, very fast-paced game. We have number 3 drives and misses. Rebounded by his teammate, Wilkinson again, and settles the ball up court. Number 8, that is for the Sugar Boys, Wiltshire. Air ball by the Sugar Boys, rebounded by Orion. And we have the Wadadli Elites coming down the court. Number 27, we have here Ronde Davis with the ball on the wing as he makes his way to the center court, drives in, slips, and is a turnover. Number 8, going down the court, we have Wiltshire with the layup and misses. Tries again and gets this one, this time with a foul call and an opportunity for a 3-point play as he bangs his chest. A lot of energy from Wilkinshire. What do you have to say, Mr. Kenny?
I'm saying tonight as well, I'm proud to be in the presence of greatness. So, and as you can see now, going up for that shot, the finesse. They don't have that finesse going up, coming off the board with that layup. Mr. White, anything you can help them with there?
Well, I think what is happening in the game is that the layup was once upon a time the only shot that you used to practice during. And now we see, as I said, the Antigua is trying to live by the 3-point. It's just that it's not dropping. And I think if and I believe they feel that they can do the 3-pointer and get away with it.
Okay.
And the inside play as well is a lot more sophisticated now than it was before.
Well, definitely the dynamics of the entire game have changed as the time goes on. We have now players looking at Steph Curry and idolizing these players from the NBA, and that's what he's known for, those 3-point plays, and not so much the fundamentals of what was basketball a few years ago, a few decades ago.
Yes.
But here we have the Sugar Boys driving. Number 3, Rondo misses. He recovers, however, and there's a out of bound play.
Yes, and you have at this time you have our Shamrock boys. If you can see, you're at the Little Bay Multi-Purpose Center. You have our very own Shamrock boys walking across the court, looking at the fans, looking not phased, coming out of that great victory last night. I hope they can continue that type of play that they had last night.
Definitely. And I can see Mr. Jens, the scared behind me, quite hoarse.
Yes.
He's hoarse.
You heard him last night? Defense,
He didn't join us. He was so excited. He skipped out on the commentary last night to join the players down at the court side. And I must say, Mr. Jens, when I heard him today, he didn't have a voice.
Got it back tonight.
Okay.
Well, I would like to let you know that Ashok has some honey and lime up there waiting for you. And as we have the Sugar Boys number 5 here at the free throw line, we have the captain, Tequan Rogers, as he takes his second shot. And he gets it in. And the score moves on to 47 Sugar Boys to just 30 for the Elites. Any advice you have for the Elites at this present moment, Mr. White?
Well, I think they need to be less aggressive in terms of their play, because they're giving Antigua the opportunity to come back in the game, because they're rushing and lose the ball. The turnovers are not good. I think Antigua has had the opportunity to get back because of those turnovers, but they're not taking advantage of it either, because they themselves seem to be a little bit frustrated.
And would you say that Antigua game plan has changed from yesterday?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think they never they didn't do as much 3-point as they did, but I think Montserrat defended the 3-pointer last night well, so they didn't. Yes.
I must say, I feel like there's a big difference between their game today and yesterday. There's a lot more aggression, a lot more organized basketball. I think the defeat may threw them off. I was expecting a tight game. In fact, I was expecting Antigua to actually win. There's another turnover here. Yes. A little bit of miscommunication between Ronde and Zachariah. But all hope is not lost. Basketball is a very quick game, and it's a matter of 3 or 4 turnovers before Antigua can turn this entire game around. So looking forward to a better fourth quarter from the Wadadli Elites. And as we have number 5, the captain, Tequan Rogers, at the top of the key, driving in, looking for that pass. Takes a mid-range jumper against Orion and misses. Here we have number 14 of the Wadadli Elites. Coming down the court, we have Tequan Broody, driving hard, well defended by number 3 of the Sugar Boys. And a turnover once again by the Wadadli Elites. Quick crossover by number 4 and a miss.
Again, you have that layup, that soft hands for that layup again. And you can see that they're not taking their time going to the board, driving into the key. And it's a finesse. I have a thing that when you go up, it's just like a ballet dance. When you're doing your ballet, you go up, and you release off your fingers and roll. So
at this moment, at this level, that finger roll should be automatic.
Yes.
It should just come naturally. That's the word we have here in Montserrat. It's like the language now, natural.
Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, of course, we have the Montserrat Shamrocks versus BVI. That promises to be electric. They both 2-1 games yesterday. So come on down to the Sports Center and check that out.
Definitely. And if you didn't understand what Jensen said with his hoarse voice, he said to make your way down at the multi-purpose basketball arena and make sure you support the Shamrocks. And as they go up against the BVI, what's the BVI? Skillful Ballers? That's what it is. The BVI Skillful Ballers. The Montserrat Shamrocks versus the BVI Skillful Ballers. Both teams got the dub yesterday, and we're looking to see who will take home the victory today.
And
Will Montserrat go 2-0 or will BVI go 2-0? If you want to find out, make your way down to the multi-purpose basketball arena. It's still early. We have one more quarter left in this game, so put on your best shoes and your green and white and come on down.
All right, and as you can see, the score now is 30-47. The Wadadli Elites are behind, and the St. Kitts Sugar Boys are way in front with 17 points with 1 minute and 40 seconds left in the third quarter. And now you have Tiquan Rogers on the line going up for his free throw, and he's converted that. Well done. There's a timeout called. Is it a timeout?
There's a
substitute coming in, and that's
number 10.
Number 10
for the St. Kitts and Nevis Sugar Boys.
Yeah, he had a very good game last night, dominating inside of the free throw lane, putting his stuff. So let's see if Antigua now can get themselves up to par, moving the ball outside clearly, driving inside. And I see now we have not seen Mr. Andrew, the Jaden Andrew, the number 8 for Wadadli Elites. He's not playing tonight. I'm wondering what's happening. He's on the bench. I see him down there in his socks and his slipper. I do hope. Blocked by the number 14 of Wadadli Elites. Brody collects the ball and a one-hand release up in the air. Again, you can see that the Antigua Elites are just fanning inside. Tonight, there's no, I don't know what's going on, no game plan from what they have done last night. Something has changed, yes?
Definitely. The entire momentum of the Wadadli Elites have changed. I'm quite surprised to see their performance tonight. I was expecting much better. Good pass by Zachariah out to Orion for the 3-ball and an air ball.
That extra bounce. So so far, what have you seen from the Antigua Elites in the black? What's going on? What's the problem that you can
I think the problem is frustration. They got behind early in the game and started to force the play. And you can see that when they take the 3-pointers, most times no one is there to rebound.
So yes. All right, number 48 went up with that recovery.
Quick layup, and that's the first time that they have scored in quite a few minutes. So happy for that. Hopefully they create a momentum with that score. And we have number 4 of the Sugar Boys passing to the wing, into the center, number 11. Turnover by the Sugar Boys. We have
5
Zachariah
seconds.
bringing down the ball.
As it goes up.
3-pointer.
And it is good, and in and out.
There's one more quarter remaining.
I think Antigua need to go back to what they were doing in the second quarter, when they sort of settled down after they were behind.
Yes.
And they settled down in the second quarter. They started to play, and they started to bring the game back into play. But then, I think maybe they felt that with the new half, they could go back to their old self. But unfortunately, that didn't work.
Are you thinking that the players, because of the personnel that's on the court now, it has changed from last night to what you're seeing? Or, as you mentioned, they still need to get themselves composed, relaxed, and pass that ball around as much as possible?
Well, Kenny, the only difference I see in the team is Jaden Andrew not being there, number 8 for the Wadadli Elites. So maybe, as Mr. White said, there's a bit of a frustration. Maybe the defeat got to them, but looking forward to much better from the Wadadli. What's your take on that question, Mr. White?
Well, I think I see the change in personnel, and the change in personnel, as you mentioned, change their approach in a sense. And I see that the center, number 30, he seems to. Yes, he seems to take what's happening on the court very personal.
Yes.
And as a result, basketball is a team game. And when you start to get frustrated and decide you can do it yourself, it just doesn't work. Okay. And I think that's part of it too. All right. I believe that Antigua will make a difference in this fourth quarter.
Okay.
Right. And I suspect, I'm not so sure they'll be able to make up that deficit, but you never know.
They're currently down 18 points, and I can see the coaching staff, from my view here, having a conversation with all the players, explaining to him some plays or maybe discussing a new strategy. And here we have it, the start of the fourth quarter. The score is currently 50-32 with the Sugar Boys in the lead. And we have the boys on the court. For the Wadadli Elites, we have Orion Seraphine, number 30. We have number 14, Tequan Broody. We have number 48, Lopez Adams. We have number 27, Grande Davis. And we have number 2, Zachariah. That is Tiran Zachariah. We have the Sugar Boys inbound in the ball. Number 5, that's the captain. Takes a mid-range jumper, a long 2. Rebounded by St. Kitts. Loses, however. We have Ronde Davis coming down the court. Just past halfway line. Settling the ball. Looks for the screen from Seraphine. Very crafty with Zachariah. Step back spins and gets blocked.
From the captain, Tequan.
Number 8 driving down the court. Ooh. Does not get that one in. Fast break for Wadadli Elites. Zachariah slows it down, spins, drives, looks for the foul, and he gets it.
That's dribbling into a crowd doesn't work. You know, there's just too many hands in the middle of the game, in the middle of the key. If you're going to dive into it, you might as well decide to go up rather than
something I've noticed last night as well, as you was mentioned, as you were saying, Mr. White, going inside, they're driving and they're not going in with no momentum, getting in, not looking up, and then getting up to that transition to get up. There's nothing behind it. So.
Yes.
And a lovely fast break play inside off of the baseline coming in and converted. So now we have 52-32.
That's a 20-point lead there for the Wadadli Elites to catch up on.
Illegal screen.
That's foul call by the official. I think that's number 8.
48.
48, sorry.
48.
The foul was called.
Mr. Adams, young Adams.
I see an effort to change their approach coming up, but I think they're lapsing into when you're tired and you're frustrated, you go back to your bad habits.
And here we have number 5 of the Sugar Boys bringing the ball as he loses it, recovers it, backs him, and a layup does not convert. However, the ball is St. Kitts maintain possession. I think the officials are speaking to them. No, Wadadli Elites have possession now. Sorry, the view from up here is a bit confusing when we have so many players surrounding the officials. Mr. Kenny, have you noticed any change within the Antiguan game plan?
No, not really. I see as we've seen, they're trying for that outside three-pointer and going outside, driving to the key, pick and roll. The inexperience of the young Adams. Adams driving inside of that key, drawing a foul. He goes to the line for 2 shots for the Wadadli Elites, and I hope at this moment we can have an entertaining final 8 minutes of this game that they can change. It's a must-win game. Then young Adam goes up for his first, missed his first free throw, 1 out of 2, and as he waits, our official signals his next shot, his last shot.
And as a guard, it's very important to practice your free throws, because at the end of the day, these matter, and this can be the determining factor of a win or lose in these moments. Especially at this point, every shot is critical for the Wadadli Elites.
And I've noticed the Sugar Boys, they have changed their play, because last night they were moving that ball on the outside, moving, and then going up for that 3. Tonight, they have changed their play. They have slowed down and now controlling the play. Tiquan Rogers, who was very quiet last night, is now inspirational in the changes that has been implemented. As you can see, the coach now has made a change. Tiquan Rogers is now on the bench, and young Chavez Belboda now is in very exciting player as the vice captain, scored last night, as you can see. I think he scored 29 last night.
Yeah, very good player when it comes to off-ball movement as well, setting himself up for the shot and also making sure his teammates are moving, making it hard for the opposition team to defend.
And that was a lovely walk-in play by Leston Wilshire.
Very crafty, very crafty.
I think he was trying what they call it, what's the Euro step?
Euro step.
Yes. Again,
Each traveling call.
Ooh. And that was a travel. What was it?
They need to make more of those.
Yes. All right.
Okay, very good defense here by Ronde Davis of the Wadadli Elites against number 3 of the St. Kitts. That's Vice Captain Chavez Belboda. But a very, very skillful layup there by number 8.
And if you know the history of St. Kitts and Nevis against Wadadli is not too. So I do hope tonight they use the basketball and show what they have down here at the Little Bay Multi-Purpose Center. We're here, the crowd is building. And as I say, and it's an
by
open
Brody,
3.
and he misses. Rebound by number 8. So number 3, Belboda. Number 14,
He drives in. A lovely drive inside again. Using the paint, Mr. White, as much as possible. Driving inside, coming up big, converting that too.
Yes, he's making number 30 work for his living.
There's quite a few points scored by the Sugar Boys there in the paint in this final quarter. I think Antigua needs to perhaps protect it better. The coach needs to have a word with them because if this continues, there will be a lot of easy baskets. Backcourt violation again calling Wadadli Elites. That's another turnover as the score is now 56-33.
You can see the frustration. That could have been retrieved before it went over.
Yes.
You know.
Lack of concentration, and we have a little thing. The board is now, so you have 33 to 58. Is that 58? Yeah, so it's a timeout called. I think it's from the Wadadli Elites. So the coach is now talking to his guys. And what do you think the coach will be saying now, guys, at this time for the Wadadli Elites?
Well, he has to be motivating his players. They have to come up with a game plan. They have to play strong defense, protect the paint, set screens, and most importantly, make those layups.
Mr. White, what you think
you
would
can
be saying?
see from the body language that they're nearly giving up.
Yes.
You know, the body language is telling me that they don't, frustration. I said that from the beginning. They just look as if they don't know what to do.
So they just hear.
Right. I think if I was the coach, I would just change up the 5.
Okay.
Now I put in at least a couple of fresh faces who have sat
and
on
you
the
just
bench
mentioned it, Mr. White, so I think you're a genius. You're a genius. You're still going. So number 23 is now in. Again.
Mr. Shaheem Omaradi.
Yes, so he's in now. And the ball possession is with the Sugar Boys, St. Kitts and Nevis. I see a little change inside. Some words being Mr. Liebert is speaking to the coach, goes. And the coach is shouting on the line, and as you can see, the energy that's going through the team from the coach from the St. Kitts, and there's a call again. I think something is wrong with the shot clock, but at this moment, guys, again, we've mentioned we're talking about what would you say, and Mr. White mentioned changing up of players, and you were saying that they need to step up, getting the 3 points.
I would not lose hope. Basketball is a game. Again, it can be turned around very quickly. And once they show the aggression, at this point, St. Kitts may be comfortable.
Okay.
You know? And I think they need to take advantage of that feeling and use that.
You can see the increased confidence on the St. Kitts side now that they have this lead.
They're just slowing down the ball. That's what they're doing.
Yes.
I think that's what the coach instructed them to do, so they just follow
Ball
instructions.
goes outside and goes up for number 8 for a 3. Missed in possession. Rebound going again. And setting up the play. Driving inside and one-hand release. Trying to dunk. Missed the dunk. Big rebound from the number 23 is Amadi. Coming up now is that Zachariah. Zachariah has the ball outside. Been guarded by number 4. Number 4 has it. Trying to get the screen. Got his screen. Still guarded by 2 players. Look on the outside. Goes up and short. That was a short 3-point attempt. Going again, number 8 has the ball. No, it's back with the vice captain, the young Chavez Belborda. And he's a player to watch in this competition. Very exciting, you know. And again, we must remember these guys are still young. He went up. Is that a foul on the 3-point line? So I think, let me see.
He'll be at the line for 3 shots. You can see it. Everyone's just getting into free throw position.
And there's a 3. Liebert, referee Liebert have indicated is a 3 shots. And yes,
Fouling them at this point would not help the Wadadli elites.
And I'm looking on the bench for the Wadadli elites. I don't see no movements, no talking, as Mr. White has mentioned that they already show the is that the white flag, as we say.
Yeah, the body language just tells you that they're giving up. They're giving up.
At this moment, Mr. White, would you say that no? Would you take up mentoring the young basketballers of 1664, which is Montserrat, the Emerald Isle, or the Shamrocks? Anything that you would like to add to them going forward?
Well, I think what I can contribute is more in terms of the science of the game as opposed to necessarily the skill set.
Yes.
Right? I think they're developing the skill set, and I think they need to know what the game is. You know, there are things that you see. There are things that you see that look as if they're just running up and down.
Yes.
But if you look at it carefully, you can see a plan.
Yes.
And that is the thing that most youngsters don't see. They don't see the plan in the game.
Okay.
Yes. There's one thing my coach, when I used to play basketball, said to me that you need to ensure that you watch college basketball.
Yes, as much
and not the
exciting
pros.
players. Yes.
That's where you see the fundamental plays. That's where you
Right.
see the calculated moves that these coaches plan out and strategize for months and practice for weeks and weeks leading up to tournaments. And a well-prepared team, you can evidently see the difference when they play on the court.
Okay.
You don't necessarily have a whole bunch of stars on the college game.
Yeah.
And
so
in
now
the pros,
it becomes team.
You know, yes, it's team.
Yes.
In the pros,
so turnover again. The St. Kitts, the captain goes up for St. Kitts and Nevis with a lovely layup, and that's the layup that I was talking about. That lovely soft hands coming up.
And with that layup, now the score moves on to 63 for the Sugar Boys, which is now a 30-point lead.
And a lovely 3-pointer away from downtown from the young number 14.
Brody, that's
yes.
Brody.
So you have the captain going up, going over the half. Takes the ball, and it's not a foul. Possession.
And at this moment, Sugar Boys are still showing a lot of aggression, which is they want to dominate. Yes, we're up by almost 30 points, but we're going to go by 40. I think that's the mentality that they have tonight. And I see number 12 coming in for number 14, and that is Jermal Forde. For number 14, Stephen Providence for the Sugar Boys.
It was rejected by number 11. Number 11, Antonio Boyd of St. Kitts and Nevis. It's an inbound pass on the baseline. 34 pass it back out wide to the young point guard. This young player. I coached this young player a long time before, number 50. Getting his game tonight. Brewer, Remy.
I think the Wadadli boys might need some fungi and pepper pot at this moment.
I know.
Unfortunately, Antigua don't have the time to recover anymore.
Yes. And I see this.
They're not playing at the pace which would allow them to.
Yes.
They can't anyway. If they increase the pace, they more than likely will increase the turnovers.
So number 5, you have Tiquan Rogers on the key, setting up, going on. And he faked him left, faked him right. Now the possession, where they get back position, Wilshire get his position back on the edge of the box. And that's a shot clock violation. One thing I must say tonight, I haven't seen much 3-second violation inside of the key like I've seen a few moments last night. And that's an improvement going forward. And as I can say, the youngsters now try to attempt a 3 and inbound, going down the court.
At this moment, I would just advise the Sugar Boys to just slow down the game completely.
Yes.
Pass the ball, look for the open shots.
And then killing the time.
That's it. You're ready, done the damage, you've done the hard work. Now it's just to put the cherry on top.
Yes. One thing I have not seen for the night is a dunk. As you can see last night with the Shamrock, our very own Montserrat Shamrocks, we've seen a lot of dunks last night, Mr. White, which made the game very exciting because a lot of young people are here. We have a young fans, and they like to see excitement within the games. And as you can see, patience for some of these young guys, just watching guys dribbling, and that goes up for a 3. And I think they need about 13 more of those.
But another 3 by Broody, and this is the second one in the last few minutes. And I gotta say, it's a good shooter from the wing. I've seen him convert quite a few of them between yesterday and today. We have the vice captain with a mid-range jumper, and he gets that to go.
And I think he's up for one of the MVPs of this tournament so far with his shooting abilities and his setting up, and also his cunning rebounds. Although last night I said he was 4 feet 6, and I got some stick, but I think he's 4 feet 5.
And there we have a dunk. We have a dunk by number 48.
Number 48.
Lopez Adams.
Mr. Adams.
Wadadli Elites. A lot of aggression here by number 34. Good defense with captain of the Sugar Boys. Screen set. Spin move into. That would have been a beautiful leg.
Yes, beautiful. It's a lovely pass outside. Davey. Oh.
Steal by number 8. Yeah, ooh, a risky pass, but he gets it. It works. And the vice captain gets the easy floater in and converts.
And I see a timeout. Is there a timeout or substitution in?
Well, less than a minute left on the.
And we must remind the public there's still time for you to watch one of the most exciting encounters I know. Our very own Montserrat Shamrocks against BVI Skillful Ballers up next. And that's here. If you look now, if you're online, as you can see, tell the world we're here live at the Little Bay Multi-Purpose Center where basketball is alive. The invitational on the 26th, and he goes up and he's rejected. He was rejected in the mid-air by Jamal Fordy, and I think this is there a timeout call? This is the last timeout, and you still have a timeout remaining for both teams, and they're using it. And I think at this point the St. Kitts. Celebrating the St. Kitts Sugar Boys.
If I was a coach of the Elites, I'd put on everyone who didn't get a chance to play tonight. Let them get a little feel of the courts and probably get accustomed to getting their shots in for the final. Not even a minute, final 40 seconds of the game.
Mr. White, what would you have done in this time as the coach of the Wadadli Elites? What would you be telling your players at this moment?
Well, there's not much to tell them. There's not much time left, and I would simply say, well, like I said earlier, I would have put in a few of the other players, let them take a run. They can't do any worse at this point, You keep in your starting players in effect, you're demoralizing, the whole team, really.
Well, at this point, I would like to give a shout out to our sponsors. We have the Government of Montserrat, ZJB Radio, we have Sarah, GIU, and Flow. So a big shout out to our sponsors for making sure that, and Bank of Montserrat, Caribbean Alliance as well. I'd like to give a big shout out to you guys for putting this together. And finally, I'd like to shout out to the Montserrat Amateur Basketball Association, and especially Mr. Gilmore, the president, Pat Chow, for putting in the work to getting this tournament, making it possible.
So quick turnover, quick pass up, and lovely interchangeable play between young number 27 and number 14.
Randy Davis and Rudy.
Nice turn. Spin turn, and they have the ball goes up to the key, and a lovely reverse layup.
Crafty by number 12.
Lovely play. This player, I think now that they're confident with the score line, they can experiment with some moves and do different things.
About 20 seconds left.
And goes up for a three.
Misses, rebounded by number 13.
14 on the clock.
12 comes down number 1 to the center.
And
back to the
look,
wing.
they're still looking
drive,
for the basket.
Drive, pass, and
you know, at this time in the big league, you'll be. Ooh, I love
looking
it.
for a dunk, and that is the game, fellas. That is the game. St. Kitts Sugar Boys have been victorious, as we expected, quite early on in the second half. As Mr. White said, the Wadadli elites showed that they were defeated. The body language displayed that they were no longer motivated, and even though they tried, I think the lead was just too much for them to recover. What's your final word, Mr. White?
I think that early start for St. Kitts really did it. Antigua got frustrated early, and they tried, I think, I think a lot more physical tonight, and hoping that would work. But I think St. Kitts was able to take care of it.
Okay, and they, I think the elites are back here on Tuesday. They play Skillful Ballers, so we hope to see a change coming back. So we put you back to Master Control. If you're not here, please make your way down to the Little Bay Playing Center, back to Master Control, and you join us for
From the stories I've been told, there's a land richer than gold, land of goodness, land of love, endowed with blessings from above.
Government Information Unit, GIU, is the communications arm of the Government of Montserrat. We serve as the official platform for news and information for and about the government's ministries and departments. We develop information products on government's policies, programs, projects, and activities, which are then channeled through various communication platforms. GIU, your official source for news and information on the Government of Montserrat.
Girl, I'm so glad Rebecca invited me to a party.
I know, right?
Let's go over and say hi.
Hi, Rebecca.
Hi. Rebecca, I love your hair.
Rebecca, I love your shoes.
What? Come push them out, let me see.
Look at this beautiful dress. Pause, girl, pause.
Oh my God, she really thinks she look good? You know what? I think everybody deserves to see how bad she looks.
Good idea.
Hashtag not cute. Hashtag Red Cross. Hashtag she don't look good.
Rebecca. Rebecca.
What is it? What is it? Why are you crying? Talk to me. I'm sorry.
That was nice to think about me all the time. Let's talk about me here and how I look.
Have you reported this to anyone at school? Why? Are you afraid they'll hurt you or something?
I can't eat. I'm away at night to focus on the mean stuff that was about me. I never did anything to them.
Rebecca, you can't be afraid. They're bullies, that's all. Look, I'm sorry that you're hurting, but you shouldn't have to worry about the negative things people say or post about you. What they say is that the person you really are. And people who treat you in this way most certainly aren't your friends. Let me tell you something. You're beautiful on the outside and inside. Let no one tell you otherwise. You hear me? Always report these matters to the relevant authorities. But remember, if bullies know that you're scared and affected, they believe they have won. They believe they have the power over you. You need to find the inner strength and show them that you're not afraid.
got nothing here to hide. Me have me wifey by my side. When they turn 60, they call 20. When they reach 90, they want to go out and party. Ever young, my love, never gonna grow old. Forever young, my love, never gonna be old. Forever young, my love, never gonna look old. Forever young, my love, never gonna feel old. I feel 20, 90, I look 40. I jamming, we don't wanna go. Lining, we taking it slow. Wine your body, wine your pussy, wine your body, wine your pussy. How old are you? When they turn 60, they call 20. When they reach 90, they want to go out and party. Ever young, my love, never gonna grow old. Forever young, my love, never gonna be old. Forever young, my love, never gonna look old. Forever young, my love, never gonna feel old. I feel 20, 90, I look 40. I jamming, we don't wanna go. Aligning, we taking it slow. Wine your body, wine your pussy, wine your body, wine your pussy. How old are you?
Everything change. Over time change everything. Seems like every other week or so, or every other day, the news come round. So and so pass away. Somebody mother, then father, brother, then sister. Every time you look round, another good one gone. Sad, you know. But that's how it go. Mama and I used to say, where there is life, there is death. So you mourn and you move on. But you never forget. Fling it, man. Fling it down. Fling down another masquerade jam. And tell whoever man the bar to set them up, make we fire 1 or 2 or 3. Every monstration who don't come and gone. Friend, family, stranger, it no matter. All over your family. Montserrat nigger, Montserrat picnic. Yeah man. Fling it down. Fling down another masquerade jam. You understand? You may say nothing, and some may say it's strange, the way how certain things done change. But look here, nobody will get one jumbie name these days, and few are we willing or even able, when Christmas comes, to set up a jumbie table. And who mean nothing to you, nothing. Imagine that. You know, you want to talk about our African history. Nobody like them want to know what we used to have before Mr. Colonial bring our down here. That wicked fella there and that louse Tom mal up our culture. Listen, you can't fix the past, but you can influence your future. So, fling it down. Fling down another masquerade jam. Make your spirit feel that reed fife and get it up to the magic of the drum. Yeah man, while we knock down a little local bushroom. Fling it down, fling down another masquerade jam for the good times, for the sad times, for the glorious pre-volcano times. Fling it down another masquerade jam for every single Montserrat who don't come on that. Yeah man, Montserrat nigga, Montserrat hippie. Fling it down another masquerade jam. You understand?
Like a rotor, inspire me just like a Mozart. Back it up just like you wanna. Just wanna be right up on ya. It's a set it's so good that I can see. With you is where I wanna be. And let me fulfill your fantasies, girl. I'ma say you got that wine, me girl. You got that wine, me girl. You got that style, me girl. You got that style, me girl. You got it all. Body's beautiful, it's flawless, and you got me caught in a moment. You got it all. Your body's beautiful, it's flawless, and you got me caught in a moment. You got it all. You got it all. You got it all. You got it all. You got that bad in a waist and cute in a face. Bad in a waist and cute in a face. Bad in a waist and cute in a face. I say you got a bad in a waist and cute in a face. Bad in a waist and cute in a face. Bad in a waist and cute in a face. Turn around so I could see ya. Body perfect with no flaws. Picture perfect just like a mirror. It's like calling you but stuck in the clouds. So take your time and ride me girl, ride me girl, ride me girl. So come let me dance to the music. You know that I'm feeling, you know that I'm feeling you. Come let me dance to the music. You know that I'm feeling, you know that I'm feeling you. You got that bad in a waist and cute in a face. Bad in a waist and cute in a face. Bad in a waist and cute in a face. I me say you got that bad in a waist and cute in a face. Bad in a waist and cute in a face. Bad in a waist and cute in a face. My girl, you think up, you think up. Sky coulda never style you think up. Sky coulda never style you think up. Sky coulda never style you think up. Girl, you think up, you think up. Sky coulda never style you think up. Sky coulda never style you think up. Sky coulda never style you think up. Ooh la la, 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 ooh la la. I me say ooh la la. I'm say you got a bad in a waist and cute in a face.
When I leave the borders of Al-Ugana, I sing the folk songs of my ancestors. O land of the prickly bush, I am your progeny relentlessly. What a night. What a Saturday night. Greetings, one and all. Whether you are short or tall. Celebrating contribution. What a celebration without any commotion. Jubilation is in this reception. Our people have a chance for recognition, celebrating our contribution. Charity has graduated from plantation society. Sugar, rum, and slavery no longer dictate our democracy. So let us ensue and be baptized with a rejuvenated mentality. Accelerate the drums of freedom from Northwest Bluff to Roach's Bluff and beyond with no disparity. Well, it was over 20 years ago when Mass Will was taken to court. He was allegedly charged for stealing Mass Joe's goat sometime in June. Well, on the day of the case, a certain esteemed lawyer from Montserrat represented him. Sir, exactly when your goat was stolen? Well, it was towards the end of June.
Welcome back to the Multipurpose Sports Center, where we bring to you the main event for the second night. It is BVI versus the Montserrat Shamrocks. Welcome, and we ask you if you're nearby, come on inside to see the showcase this evening. Welcome Kenford Samuels and Andre Daly to the booth.
Yes, good evening again. We are just at the start of another exciting game. We've got number 4 for the BVI, and he's Shaquem Tyson. He's at the line. He was fouled just a moment ago by number 2. That's Jesse.
Correct.
Beeks. Yes, and first shot missed. Second one rebounded by number 4.
And Cozy Wilson.
And Cozy Wilson passes to Jordan Ryan, who goes up to the top, passes back to Jesse Weeks, who's looking to set up the play.
Yes.
Finds Maldrick, who passes to, and Cozy passes over to Tashawn, who puts up the 3 misses. Number 1 drives to the board, and contested by Weeks, misses the shot, rebound by Weeks, passes to Ryan, goes to the board, and he misses also.
Yes, BVI definitely playing a 2-3
first
zone, but Teshawn Phillip bursting the basket open with a three-pointer shot just now this evening.
Do you think he's on fire tonight? He would be on fire, Jensen?
It's possible. Teshawn starts off the last game the same way with a big three-pointer to get the scoring going, as we see Montserrat once again in the attack offensively. Here is Magic Weeks getting that loose ball. Back to Teshawn, launching a three.
And wow, from downtown. I think he's on fire. He's
Yes.
just warming up.
Very big improvement from yesterday evening. He threw a few bricks yesterday, but he's on the ball tonight and stole that ball from number one, stole it back and drives to the board, and it rolls off the ring right into the basket.
Score 6-2. Yes, Teshawn Phillip. That is called a heat check. You have 2 shots. If he gets one more 3 like that, we definitely say he's on fire. Here's Jazik Weeks getting it to Nkosi Wilson.
And that's another 3. Wow.
Montserrat seem to be in the mood for some ball tonight.
We still await this player from BVI, Antoine Robinson, the number 1. You know, last night he was the driving force for the team. I do hope.
Yes, the alley-oop attempt there by the Montserrat team, but we're settling down into a set. As you see, the guard, Teshawn Phillip, get it to Magic Weeks. Jab step, jump shot at the free throw line, who hits the back iron. The 6'9" big guy for BVI collects that rebound. Here comes the BVI. Number 3, Mr. Fahy, skips the ball down to the post, and he pump fakes and gets it up. But a rebound there by Nkosi Wilson. Referee signals up the court. That's referee Jeff Lane.
Yes, and the game has started off with a lot of momentum. The Montserrat team has taken a few three-pointers from the outside, and they've been making them. Let's see how the next 7 minutes of the first quarter takes place.
Yes, Kenford, tell us a little bit about what you're seeing at the Multipurpose Sports Center this evening as it relates to the crowd.
First thing, I must say that's something that I wanted to touch on. The crowd tonight seems like it's building. We're not at full capacity as last night. I think I saw some people still coming in, and I know they're here to support the Montserrat Shamrocks. But believe it or not, Gentil, I think these 2 teams are the crowd's favorite.
Absolutely good observation thus far, Kenford. And I want to say special thank you this evening to our league sponsors. First of all, say thanks to the government of Montserrat. We have Sarah, platinum sponsors for the event. And of course, the Bank of Montserrat came on board. We have to say a special good night to the GIU team who is bringing you the live broadcast. And of course, ZJB, who's bringing you it live on 88.3. So listeners, you're listening to basketball action once again in Montserrat. We have the Montserrat Under-26 basketball tournament, and the second game for night 2 is BVI versus the homeboys Shamrocks.
And Mitchum just passed the ball to Hodge, and it slipped through his fingers. Jenzil, can you just quickly let us know the names of the referees?
The referees are from the neighboring island, KD, the legend, KD Knight. Of course, we have senior referee Jeff Lane and Mr. Charles from Antigua. He's also called Mr. Buju. So those are the officials this evening for the game. And of course, our table, scorers table, is managed by Cordelia Yearwood. There's Mr. Calvin Lewis, Tavik Benjamin, and they are going to be keeping the score and keeping track of the game thus far.
Okay, we have Jordan Ryan passing to Aldrich Weeks, number 12. Pass back to Jordan Ryan, who goes over to Nkosi, tries the pass, and Mitchum sees that pass, puts up his hands and deflects it outside the ball, stays with Montserrat. We've got we've got a timeout
called by the Montserrat Shamrocks. So we can use this moment to highlight how you think the Montserrat Shamrocks are entering the game. You quote some of these players, Mr. Daly. What is the vision and the thought going into some of the players that you have around you for the Drummonds?
Well, the Drummond squad is a very intelligent,
Yes.
ball intelligence squad, and they play quite good game, and we want to see them come out. They've come out this evening because we've got an 11-2 lead Montserrat Shamrocks 11 and the Skillful Ballers still trying to find their footing, only at 2. We've got just over 7 minutes left in the first quarter, and the Montserrat team is just, getting their way around. They're getting some good looks, some good passes, and some good shots. We want to see them keep that momentum right through the full 40 minutes of the game.
Absolutely, Coach Andre. Secondly, we're not going to judge what we're seeing here with the 5 players only on the court. The 5 players last night gave St. Kitts quite a run. So we look forward to some ball this evening.
Yes, we do. We've got Jordan Ryan at the top of the key. He tries for the 3, bounces off the ring, rebound by Mr. Tikwan. Jordan Ryan in the middle, puts it up, gets fouled by Mitchell. And that is the kind of game Montserrat needs to kind of pursue in this encounter where you have 5 players from another team. You run them and you get them in foul trouble, so they have to back off.
Yes.
And it gives you more space to do, to play your game. So let's see how the coach, Vaquero, thinks about it and going forward, how he uses his guys to try the fouls and still to outpace the BVI.
I see Jordan converting his free throw. That's 1 of 2. And he goes up for his second, bouncing, 4-3, bend his knees and his release. And that's 2 out of 2. For him in this game encounter. Looking on the BVI bench, you see 1 player with his foot wrapped. How you think they would approach this game, knowing that they have no substitutes? And as you can see, Antoine Robinson driving inside the key, picking up, drawing a foul, is he going to the line?
Yes, he'll go to the line for 2 shots. But traditionally, the BVI takes few numbers into tournaments that maximizes their efficiency. And therefore, they usually walk with about 6 or 7 guys traditionally throughout tournaments. So what we're seeing here is no surprise. Inbound here by number 4 for the BVI to Fahi, who's on the free throw line extended. And here's the big man, Tyson, going to the key, and he scores 2 points.
Yes, and Tyson hooks that shot over Brian and makes it look really simple and cozy with the ball. He drives through the middle. Let's see what he does. Passes to Weeks, who goes for the 2-point shot and makes it. We got the score now, 15 to the Shamrocks, 2 of 4 to the BVI. And on the BVI's defense, what I would like to see them do as a team is not let the game get away from them. Keep in a good pace, keep the lead probably 10 points, and then explode probably in the 3rd or the 4th quarter. Put all your effort there, but if the lead gets too far ahead in the 1st and the 2nd, there's no coming back. So let's see how it plays out.
What I've observed with the BVI team, they're going into the post this evening, activating the big man 6'9". His name is Tyson. And thus far, he's gone to the free throw line twice already in the 1st quarter. First attempt, not good, but he's taking sky hooks, post moves, trying to get as close to the basket as possible. He's 6'9", and you can't coach height. Height is God-given. So one has to be observant of him on the court at all times.
Yes, and he seems to be a very talented young man and probably has a bright future in basketball. Also, we've got number 1 for Montserrat with the ball, drives, pass, and he tries the shot. Mitchum grabs the rebound, and the ball stays with
Montserrat. 10 seconds left on the shot clock. Score now 15-5 in favor of Montserrat. Time 5 minutes, 19 seconds left. Here's Nkosi Wilson on the baseline, guarded by Andre Robinson. And here's Robinson driving to the key. And he's fouled there by Jazik Weeks, who's put into the book.
And Robinson had a very clean steal, and he came down with the ball, and Weeks just reached a bit too much. And that's the second for Weeks. So we may see him taking a break in a few to let someone else come in and not get overloaded this early in the game.
Absolutely. Managing your fouls is critical in any game, especially a game.
And the hook. Did you see the hook just now from Robinson around the back of Ryan? Let's see what the call is. It's a foul on number 4, the hook. Umpire, referee Lane did see that. And the ball goes to Montserrat. We've got Weeks on the inbound.
Yes, Mondrick Weeks to Jazik Weeks. part of the GS7, and they're bringing the ball over to Teshawn Phillip, shooting guard, who jump steps, goes middle, 1-2 to the lane, and hits the front of the rim. But an outlet pass down there to Mr. Andre Robinson, who converts very well. They are bringing the score now to 15. Yes, Antoine Robinson rather, who converts, and the score now 15-7 in favor of the Shamrocks. Stripped away there, Jazzy going coast to coast, and Fahy, number 3, bringing the ball over the half of the BVI. There is Fahy collecting the rebound after a missed shot attempt, and they're on the glass. Look at BVI on the glass. Montserrat battling, and there's bodies in the ear. And I'm seeing them still attacking, trying to get that 2-point conversion, but they're relentless. It's been about 6 or 7 offensive rebounds.
The ball goes outside from number 4, Tyson. It's Montserrat ball. Montserrat playing a bit scrappy there. The boxing out is missing. We've got 4 minutes left in the first quarter, and we've got a substitute with Stephen Rodney, number 11, in. Passes to Weeks, up to Nkosi, puts it up, gets it, sinks it. The score is now 17-7. Montserrat maintains a 10-point lead, and the BVI comes down with the ball. We've got number 3, Fahy.
Yes, Mr. Fahy. But for those who missed the first game, specials episode just now, of course, St. Kitts being victorious, dealing with Wadadli elites in fine style. And a block there by the Montserrat team. Here's Stevel Rodney, bounce pass to Nkosi, but he's blocked by 6'9" Tyson.
Was that a foul or that's outside? Was that a foul or outside?
It's a clean block.
Block, okay.
Montserrat retains ball. Rodney on the 3-pointer.
And it's good from downtown. And it's good. Marlon Buju showing his signal there for the 3. And
yes.
We have a lot of legends at referee tonight as well.
Good
3
sound
legends.
refereeing this evening with none other than Mr. Katie Knight himself and Mr. Charles from Antigua, and of course senior referee Jeff Lane.
Yes.
It's another bit of miscommunication there on the part of the BVI. We've got Robinson trying no, that was Mitchum trying to get a pass and went right outside. We've got timeout.
Yes, a timeout there by the BVI squad, coached by Mr. Roland Norman, and he's going to have a discussion with his players. But of course, we want to say a special good night and a thank you to our sponsors. Just remind us of who these sponsors are.
Our sponsors tonight are the government of Montserrat, ZJB, Sarah, and GIU, and not forgetting Flow and Bank of Montserrat. And do remember at halftime, you have Sarah, who would be doing a competition. I think I should join with my bad shoulder and see if I can convert from. It's been a while I've done any basketball, but because of my shoulders. What you said there, Mr.
Is it a free throw or a 3-point? For the
I'm not sure if it's a free throw. Is it a free throw? It's a
3-point shot.
Three point. Okay. So yes. So we commence possession.
Yes. So the ball is about to start again. 3 minutes, 20 seconds in the first quarter. Shamrock score 20. The BVI team has 7. Here comes Stevel Rodney, the big guy for Montserrat. Passing the ball to Veggie and gets it to Nkosi at the top of the key. Nkosi gets it back to Veggie, who lines up for 3. And that's money in the bank.
And it's good.
Yeah, money in the bank. He's automatic. And here is BVI driving to the key. Reversing a layup. But a block there by, Christian Yearwood is in the game. Jordan Ryan gets it up the court.
An interception.
Stolen by the BVI forward there, who gets it to Tyson, who gets it to Fahy on the free throw line extended. Back to the post. Here's Tyson, big man, 6'9", wearing the number 4 in the black jersey. And he's trying to dunk the ball baseline, but he's fouled. Coach Charles, also known as Bujo, puts the Montserrat player number 9, who is Christian Yearwood, into the book. And now Christian has got his first foul for the game.
Yes, and in terms of the foul trouble right now, Montserrat, that's the total 4th foul, 1 more foul, and Montserrat would be suffering every time after with the other players going to the free throw line. So the Coach Raquel has to be very careful. Still got how many timeouts? 4 timeouts left.
Offensive-
Actually, Montserrat is over the limit at the moment with 5 fouls.
So yes.
Rebound by
Chris-
Yearwood.
yes,
Pass to
Christian gets the
Ryan.
ball.
Passes over to Woods, who gets it tipped over his head by number
Antoine Robinson goes
Yes.
up on the tree and he delivers,
Stays on
and
the three
it's
and-
good.
That's a transition 3-point, and that's what we were talking about, where the game is changing.
And a steal again from Antoine goes up. Can he do 2 from it? And yes, it does.
He gets the friendly bounce.
Say that again, Denzel.
He gets the friendly bounce. That's
Friendly
a friendly bounce.
Yes.
Shooter's bounce, where you know when you're shooting, there's certain things that you must do to keep the fundamentals going. You balance that ball on the tip of your fingers and get it down. Here's Tyson, the big man, going to the post. Jordan Ryan collects, wearing the number 5 and the white jersey, getting it to Nkosi Wilson, who gets it back to Steven Rodney, launching a 3, and Wilson gets back the ball. Here's Steven pulling back that ball, and steal by Antoine Robinson for the BVI, getting it to the number 9 jersey, and it's scrappy, but it's a basket nevertheless. 23-15, and BVI making this a ball game. Making it a ball game despite their numbers. BVI in the black jersey, Montserrat in white, jab step by Veggie, who's juggling, going middle, and a foul there by the big man, Mr. Tyson, on Jordan, who's gone to the basket, and he'll be shooting 2 free throws.
Yes, and after a series of possessions, Montserrat has seemed to have settled back down with the ball. They've lost the ball maybe on 3 consecutive
occasions,
giving BVI the opportunity to now bring the score into an 8-point range. BVI 15, Montserrat 23. Ryan just made a shot off the free throw line, so that's 24. Let's see what he does on the second.
I must say Ryan has stepped up in the inside the free throw lane, converting a lot inside of there, taking his time, and he's just converted 2 again inside. As we enter now.
1 minute, 15 seconds left in this, the first quarter, and Jordan Ryan, emphatic block on the backboard to get that ball there, and here's Montserrat getting the rebound. Jordan Ryan again, bringing it over the half, looking for the availableness of attack, and he goes to the basket,
I love
converts.
it. And can you hear that crowd, Denzel? The crowd goes wild again, and he goes up for a shot, missing.
We got 47 seconds left in the first quarter, and Ryan with the ball, 27 points to Montserrat. Let's see what happens in the last
Yes,
seconds.
they're gonna, in the last 30 seconds, they're gonna go into a 4-corner mode where they have spread the court. Here's Steven Rodney getting it to Jordan Ryan, pump fakes, drives with the big man on his back, and he gets to the basket, converts, and Steven Rodney guarding Antoine Robinson, who is driving, going to the basket non-stop. But here are the Montserrat defenders trying to get the loose ball, and a man on the floor here. He dives into the key, and I hear a whistle. Coach Katie Knight puts his hands in the ear, signals to say the foul is on none other than, it looks like, Christian Moraine, who gets his 2nd foul. Got to watch the foul trouble thus far in the game.
And you see young Jacquan Hodge, he was the substitute after the player injured last night, and he's really coming into that game and giving a lot to his team. He is not converted his free throw. You say, Daly, have you watched that young man since coming on last night?
Yes, he has made quite an impact on the BVI team. He has fresh legs, and I think he has quite a future in basketball.
Okay.
So here's Montserrat, Christian Moraine, bringing the ball over the half, crossing over to Jordan Ryan wearing the number 5. Big guard, Steven Rodney. They're in a 5-out, 1 in. Here's Veggie. He's guarded, but he shoots the ball. They're trying to get it in before the end of the first quarter. The whistle, the horn sounds, and now the score, 29-16 in favor of the Shamrocks.
Yes, and that last shot, I see they were trying to set up a play. However, he got a bit fouled up when the ball came around to Veggie. There's so many opportunities in this game. The guys just need to settle, get their composure, and it seems to be an easier game for them than yesterday evening, where they were trading leads. So 1 minute Antigua was leading, next minute Montserrat. But this evening we have a decently, and I'm looking forward also to see the inclusion of some of the other bench now that we have a comfortable or more comfortable lead and let them display their talent also?
Yes, as you can see from last night, coming into this game, as you've mentioned, the different transition of players. And now that we have a good control of the game, a little moment in the game where they had some turnovers. I think it increased to 5. But at going into more in depth of it, we start settling down and saying we, Wadadli, not Wadadli elites, Murder, Shamrock, Montserrat Shamrock, we need now to control the ball some more, get some more points on the clock. Going into the second quarter, can we get a change? And you know, the crowd is here behind the Montserrat Shamrock, so we hope it continues, and we hope going into the quarters we can start to develop that lead that you were talking about and getting to include some of the younger players on the bench.
Of course, and we want to say special good night to all those out there in Radio Land. Of course, those listening on the GIU stream. You're watching basketball action here in Montserrat, and we want to say special good night to the coaching staff who would have prepared all these teams. The Wadadli Elites, Skillful Ballers from BVI, Sugar Boys from St. Kitts, and the home team, the Montserrat Shamrocks. The Montserrat Shamrocks coached by Mr. Vakel Moraine and Tyrone Fenton, managed ably by Mr. Astrid Wade. And of course, the BVI team managed and coached by Mr. Roland Norman.
One quick question, Jensen, before we go any further. I've seen the absence of Mr. Shakon Wade. Could you give us an update on his status?
Right now, Mr. Wade is going to take a slight break from play. We're going to watch him from game to game to see how he's recovering. He had a slight injury last night, but we're watching to see how he plays in the next game. We're going to rest him this game. So a shot attempt there by Teshawn Phillip, but a pass out of the court by the BVI, and ball awarded there to the Montserrat Shamrocks.
Yes, and the second quarter started off a bit more tempered. We've got Woods, number 7, on the top with the ball. He stops, passes to Nkosi.
And BVI is in a full-out 2-3 zone. Montserrat playing a motion offense, but they coughed up the ball there, and here comes BVI in transition. Primary break, and Mr. Nkosi Wilson sticks his hand in the cookie jar. The referee saw him call the foul.
And that's that young lad again, as I've mentioned, Jaquan Hodge.
Yes.
Driving inside, forceful, pushing up, going up, and drawing yet another foul. Now he's at the line, and he has his 2 shots, sets himself up.
And that's BVI's strategy. BVI will come, because they only have 5 players, they will push the tempo, trying to get as quick as possible to the basket. Montserrat must cut the speed and play that spread basketball so that they can wear the BVI team out. Here is Veggie, number 7, bringing the ball up the court. His name is Keanu Woods. Here's Teshawn Phillip. Nice motion offense. They are passing and faking, but foul there by Teshawn Phillip as he lost control, and Fahy was awarded the ball for the BVI. Side ball, Katie Knight says, to the table.
So at this moment, I think the power of our point guards on the court is not as effective. They've had quite a few turnovers in a few moments. Let's see how it goes. Number 4 with the ball, blocks by Ryan, and Nkosi grabs the rebound, approaches. Now you got Veggie on the baseline. You got Kristen passes back to Veggie. Who's now at the top of the key, drives to the board, he gets an open shot, and he makes
well
it.
done, conversion. Yes.
Conversion there for Montserrat. As we pick up a full court defense, Keanu Woods trying to keep up with Antoine Robinson, who is doing a great job pushing the pace for BVI. Fahy, number 3, has the ball. He gets it back to Antoine Robinson, launching a 3, and Teshawn Phillip reverse pivot, and it's a 3-on-1 break. Pass to Keanu Woods, who gets it to Mr. Christian Yearwood, and gets the ball back. So we have 14 seconds left in the shot clock, and Montserrat ball. Here is Keanu Woods, jab step, pause, he fades, and hits the front of the rim, the back of the rim, and Tyson for BVI gets the rebound. Who has the ball right now? BVI guard, number 1 in the black jersey, Antoine Robinson, who feeds the big man cutting to the basket Fantastic pass cut.
Using that baseline, coming in on that baseline, getting behind, getting off the glass, and we have a quick turnover again. Antoine with the quick hands, doing his thing, getting inside, pulls it up to Jaquan, misses, going up again. Antoine goes up again, and a miss, and a lovely tip by Jaquan Hodge. That name again.
Yes, and BVI seems to be pushing now on a full court press. We've got Woods with the ball. Moraine takes it through the middle. Can he do it? Yes,
he does.
Yes, and we've got a good game because the BVI slowly has been chipping away at the lead. It's now an 11-point lead. BVI with 22 Montserrat, 23-5 with the ball at the top of the key passes to Jaquan, who puts that jumper. Rebound by number 4 Robinson, who has some dominance in the middle. We need to see some boxing out from the Montserrat squad, and you can see clearly BVI has lost a bit of their momentum. They're not playing as fast as they should be, so we have an advantage. Let's see how we use it.
And as you mentioned before, getting that rebound inside the paint, we're not Shamrock, Montserrat Shamrock, we're not getting that second or that third ball as much as possible, so we need to make sure. And Jaquan again, and a rejection from young Ryan again. Is that a foul, a reaching foul there?
Yes, seems
you,
that
our coach Jeff Lane.
Foul on number 1. That's his second or his first. We've got 6 minutes left in 6 minutes 40 seconds left in the second quarter. That's number 1, and it's his first. The ball goes to Montserrat. We've got a substitute. Weeks in for Nkosi, and we've also got Jazzy.
Is the Weeks family, the 12 and 2?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So we got Weeks passing to Moraine. Passes through the back door.
And
very good opportunity for Phillips. However, short stuff going in. We've got Robinson driving down the court. He drives to the middle, 3 men on him, and he puts it out and he makes it. He makes it. That driving lane, Montserrat has to figure out a way how to keep him out of that. We've got Weeks now at the top of the key passes to Moraine.
Yes, Krista Moraine on the wing. Back to Teshawn, who sweeps through. Brings the ball back to Krista Moraine. Over the key. 1-2 dribble, going to the basket. A big block there. And signal by Katie Knight. He steps out. The BVI player, ball awarded to Montserrat. 5 seconds on the shot clock. And 5 minutes, 57 seconds left in the second quarter.
Yes, and we've got a 9-point lead from the Montserrat Shamrocks. Air ball there, Ryan tries it from the 3-pointer. Robinson now with the ball, comes down to the top, passes to Jaquan, number 10. Mitchum now has the ball back out on the 3-point line. Let's see what happens. It's a 3-second violation there called by Mr. Lane. Mr. Mitchum has to be a bit more careful. Ball goes to Montserrat now. 5 minutes, 43 seconds.
And we have a timeout call from the Montserrat Shamrock. So Coach Vakel sees something and he's called his team in for a talk. And I hope that this talk now can let the Montserrat Shamrock settle into that game. Working out, as we mentioned, inside of that key, that's very important, where we are not retaining possession of the ball coming off the rim.
Well, earlier thought there was a strategy to try and attack the board, draw the fouls, put BVI in trouble. However, we've seen that waning away from that strategy. So let's see what Coach Moraine has in store.
Well, definitely this first half has allowed Montserrat and BVI to get out those jitters that would be customary at this time of the game. The coaches are looking to see what players work well with one another. And I believe going into the second half, we're going to see some change in lineups from the Montserrat team. But BVI has remained committed to the cause of getting those fouls and keeping the pace quick. What Montserrat must do going forward is cutting that pace and pick up the guard early in the backcourt.
And we can see that the BVI is not letting the game get too far out of hand. 9 points is still within reach. So Montserrat really now has to step down, press on the gas, get some points, get some leeway so that they'll be comfortable going into the second half. Let's see what happens.
Here's Jazik Weeks to Krista Moraine, who's going to the basket and gets it blocked away there. But Stevel Rodney tries to get a jump shot, and 2 seconds left as Jazik hoists that shot there. BVI gets the ball. Tyson has the ball to Antoine Robinson, who's going to get it to number 10, who gets it to Fahey, who spins and tries to get the ball on the baseline. But Stevel forgets the ball, and Jazik is trying to get it to the hands of Jordan, who reverses. And there's no conversion for Montserrat. Antoine Robinson trying to get to the key, and he gets the and one play.
And you notice that BVI, they're fearless, driving every moment they get. They drive, and last night we saw Antoine Robinson slowing the game down, picking up the pace, slowing it down. But tonight they've decided to drive into that key every chance they get. What do you think?
Well, I think basically them being behind, they got to pull out all the stops, because they don't want to let this game get away from them. They're rebounding, they're positioning themselves, and they're making their way back. It's now a 7-point lead, 35 to the Montserrat, and BVI Robinson goes in, tries to under the ring there, misses. Weeks with the ball, passes out to Rodney. 15 seconds left. Rodney a bit overpasses to Weeks, who comes to the middle, goes up, misses, looks for the foul. Not at this moment, you're not going to get that foul. Fahy goes up, there's an open Jack one at the back. He puts up now, makes it with 3 Montserrat defenders. And what did we see happening? We see most of the Montserrat defenders now, they have probably 1 or 2 fouls, so they do not want to be too aggressive. That's where we still have the bench still to come on the board. So let's see what happens.
So you're thinking at this moment that because of foul troubles, you have some of the players now restricting their play inside of that key. But as you can see, 30-35 after a big lead. Look at what Mr. Antoine Robinson is doing. Slowing it down, taking, and then he drives, and then he's looking to pick up that foul. And I think the possession is for the BVI Skillful Ballers, and we have substitution.
Yes, we see.
And then there's a timeout called from the BVI Skillful Ballers. The coach has seen something again, and I like how the BVI coach is using his timeouts in every game to get his team together and get whatever message he's sending out. It's working, guys.
Well, yes, he has managed to pull back the score now. The BVI is only trailing by 5. It's a 35 Montserrat and 32 the BVI, and it seems for over the past 2 or 3 minutes, Montserrat has been stuck in gear. We haven't moved from 35. Our defense is not working as it should, and our offense definitely is not pushing as it should. So let's see how Coach Moraine takes it into the final few minutes of this second quarter. We have a lot of tools in our toolbox, so let's see how we use them this evening.
Definitely a lot of tools in the toolbox, Coach Daly. And for those of you looking for some basketball on a Monday night, imagine here in Montserrat we have a Montserrat Invitational. And in the game number 2, for night number 2, Montserrat taking on BVI. So here's BVI inbounding on the baseline. Mr. Fahey collects the ball for a 3-point attempt, and Jazik Weeks gets the rebound. Gets the ball to Krista Moraine, who's taking it all the way to the basket and cannot convert, but a foul there on Tyson, number 4, Mr. Hodge.
Shaquem Tyson is rebutting with the coach. You better mind he picks up the technical here, and he's still showing.
It's a very emotional game, and Mr. Tyson feels that something has went wrong with him, and this is his 3rd foul, so he would be arguing. He would want to know why that wouldn't be a given to him. So we have number 13, Penko, on the line. First attempt goes to the side.
And I think it's his first minutes for the tournament, and he's going up, and he has not converted any of the shots, and I think he's a different minded.
And we have Robinson spilled. Let's see what happens there.
I hope he's not injured, and he's still staying down. Got a hand up, I like to say I like to see the flags. Look at that. Was that a fan?
So that's a call foul number 2. That's his third. And now it's not even the first half yet, and we've seen some foul trouble from some of the main players for Montserrat. What advantage we have now? The center for the BVI is in foul trouble. He has 3 fouls. Keep on attacking him.
Yes.
Keep on going to the board. Get him to try and block the ball and draw that foul.
So therefore, there is the strategy. Yeah. We run a 4-out offense as Montserrat, dump the ball into the big man, whoever it is, and hope that we get that situation. Or we have a ball screen at the top of the key, get a mismatch, and see if we can get that isolation for the big man to guard a guard. So, ladies and gentlemen, here's Montserrat Shamrocks. Jazzy gets the ball to Christopher Yearwood, pass the ball to Rashawn Fenton, and he's job stepping and passing, and BVI gets the ball. Fahey collects the long pass. Traveling call by referee KD Knight on the baseline.
And that's that double defense that we were talking about, and it's working inside there so far. So let's see if we can do a repeat coming up. Possession, we have possession. Young Fish
bringing the ball up the court. He's guarded by Fahey, and Teshawn Phillip again getting the ball to Christopher Yearwood. Christopher Yearwood getting the ball down to Margic Weeks. He's at the free throw line extended. Nice shot there, and those soft hands. Nice jump shot. Margic Weeks converts, bringing the score now to 37-31. Yeah, 2 minutes, 25 seconds left. Go ahead, Andre.
Yes, a little drought there has been broken, the dry spell. Now we've got Robinson at the top. He's setting up a play. He needs a screen. He drives and he makes an attempt for a layup. Rebound. Phillip passes to Weeks, and Fahey is right on him, pushing him a bit. Let's see.
We have a foul there on Fahey.
He's being very vocal with the referee. The referee is warning him.
We have a foul there on Mr. Fahey, number 3 for the BVI. He has to be careful because he's stating that the offensive player.
And that's a technical. And that's something that I've mentioned. That's something I've mentioned before. Keeping your composure inside this match when you know that you're already down a player. You have no substitute on the bench. So you cannot put him on the bench for him to time out or have a little cooling session where the coach can say, hey, think about it. So going forward, I hope Montserrat Shamrock can build on this. It's something you use as your coach to say, okay, yes, let's get there. Put him in some more trouble. Now Mr. Weeks can
he convert? And he bounces off.
Yeah, that's the team captain, Mr. Margic Weeks. And he definitely has the ability, a little bit of jitters there, but we still believe it is capacity as the manager, not the manager, but the captain of the Montserrat team. Ladies and gentlemen, forgive me. Here is Nkosi Wilson getting it to Christum, number 9 for Montserrat, top of the key. Passes it to Teshawn Phillip, whose hands are ready to attack. He's going to the middle, gets it to Christum. Christum promises that ball back, and Teshawn gathers the ball, gets it down to Yearwood, and he misses, but here comes Tyson getting the rebound. Fahey skips it across.
To Hodge, who lays it up. I think Margic hit the rim just now, but that ball went in Hodge. Very, very high teardrop layup. We've got Murray now with the ball at the top of the key. Teshawn goes for the 3. Bounces off the side of the ring. Let's see if we have. We have Josh Fenton on the court now. We've got Fahey on the 3-point. Let's see what happens. Bounces off the edge, and it's tipped out, I think, by Weeks. BVI retains the ball. So now we're seeing number 10 Fenton on the court for his debut during this tournament.
And as you can see now, we have the team set up. Antoine Robinson coming in driving, not looking for no invitation, and a 3 from downtown. So we're within 1 with 1 minute and 5 seconds to go in the second quarter. It's 36-37, and Mr. Fenton tried to answer Mr. Robinson, but was unsuccessful. Now the ball belongs to the Skillful Ballers. Jeff Lane.
We're looking at the press here, and we're having a full court press. We got 55 seconds, and we have Fred Hodge right through the middle, and he lays it up. That's the thing with a full court press. One man falls out, the whole defense breaks down. We've got Nkosi now, number 4, with the ball. We've got less than 40 seconds left in the first half, and we've got BVI with the lead of 38 to Montserrat 37.
Yes,
and
that's the first lead.
That's another turnover from Montserrat. Ball goes to BVI. Let's see what happens in this 35 seconds.
Yes, clearly you see the BVI team taking their time and attacking the offense one way or the other for the rest of this half. 29 seconds going left in this half here. Here's Shamrock's score now 40 to 37.
Right through the middle, Nkosi has a free way and he misses that layup. He had Mitch Robinson on him, and then we have Robinson now lays it up, increases the lead now by 5 points. It's 42 BVI. Weeks drives down with the ball. Let's see what happens. He gets it picked away from Frey, and Robinson is on the 3-point line. Bit short, bounces off. That's the end of it. 37 Montserrat, 42 BVI. Montserrat has some homework to do right now, and the game is just warming up. The crowd is getting crazy, and they want Montserrat to do their very best. And let's see what happens in the second half.
And I see that the BVI Skillful Ballers, they have a little fan club going on in the left tier of the stadium, and they're very vocal, jumping up from left to right, running along the line. So they have their fan base, and they need to build on what they have. That's the BVI Skillful Ballers. If you're not here at the moment, you have 37 to the Montserrat Shamrock, 42 to the BVI Skillful Ballers. As Coach Marine going into his second half, his halftime talk, Coach Daly, what talk would you present to your team?
We have 20 minutes. That's what I would say. We have 20 minutes. They're in foul trouble. We are not. Let's attack them. Let's get them in further foul trouble. Let them go end this game with 3 players. Because we're going to be attacking, no 3-pointers, get the ball in the middle, let them work. We'll work for our shots, but we'll work them down on the way, and we will be able to decimate them, rip them apart. However, we got to attack the board, cut out the 3-pointers. We started off hot and fresh with the 3-pointers, it's lasted for a while, but that has subsided a bit. We have the ability to still attack them. We have the numbers we could use. We have a few guys in foul trouble with 3 fouls. Let them hold on. Let them hold them for the 4th quarter. Play some of those fresh legs in the 3rd. Put some more pressure on the BVI. Try and subdue Robinson and Hodge and the likes of Tyson, because they're all performing very well, and we can do it. However, BVI is going to come with their own plan also. So they know with the lead, they will probably go back to the skill they used yesterday evening, managing the ball, managing the time, running down the clock, making the shot on the last second, and maintaining that lead and keeping Montserrat away. No matter what we do, if we cannot steal the ball, as you see in the past 10 this quarter, Montserrat hasn't moved their score along as much as the BVI. The BVI really has outpaced them so much in the second quarter that they really need to put their heads together and figure out how they're gonna get back to be that dominant, in that dominant position that they were in the first quarter.
Yes, so definitely some work there to be done by the Montserrat Shamrock team. Not too far behind, 37-42. And as Coach Daly said, the implementation of understanding the opponent now with a lot of foul trouble. Now, can Montserrat Shamrock go into that game with a more disciplined approach, attacking the areas that they should, getting some points off in the paint, and building on that momentum, causing, and as Coach Daly said, ending up with 3 players. That would be something interesting for some of the young players to watch tonight And I think if that happens, it would be a good spectacle for the Montserrat Shamrocks. At this moment, we'll have a half-time 3-point competition sponsor from our sponsor, one of our main sponsor, and that's Sierra. They're here for a 3-point shootout, and I think some prizes or prize. Is it more than one? So we have some participants here. So I think prize for 100 is going on the floor along with JO gas station. I think that's John Osborne gas station. Yeah, OSS. Yes. So now we have Mr. Jermaine Wade walking out with one of the sponsors and a young lady.
That's Ellen Fenton and Jay Sadwani.
Oh.
I think he was doing a bit of commentary earlier.
Oh, yes.
Proclaimer, the Calypsonian,
So we
also
have
known as Kimari Kernan.
Yes.
He is taking part as well. We're seeing some youngsters as well. I'm trying.
And all these participants are for the free throw.
For the free throw, they're trying to win themselves 100 EC dollars.
Oh, why not? It's Christmas.
Oh, an extra $100 in your budget for Christmas?
She went up.
So is it a free?
Yep, I think they've got the best of two, and we've got a youngster here.
Also known as, his name is Gabriel, but I call him Starbrel.
And he's very talented at that age.
In every sport, he plays cricket as well. He runs and also basketball. So let's see what happens.
Okay. And he shoots, and that's young Gabriel.
Starbrel.
And he's
he made it. There's a bit of question with the line and his feet, but
we're not watching that.
Yeah.
Well, he made sure he stepped in before too many people got an opportunity to show that he can make a free throw also.
We have a lot of there's a lot of participants in this 100 EC dollars free throw competition. That's Kimari Kernan. He took 2 shots and missed both. Coming up next is another youngster. He goes up, misses the first one.
And out.
The ball is passed back. Well, I'm saying that this is just as exciting for the individuals as it is for the crowd.
Yes.
You
and
know.
I love the participation.
Here is Gabriel, also known as Starbell again.
And you can hear the crowd's disappointment really rallying behind this young talent. And he's something to look out for the future.
Yes, I do enjoy seeing the youngsters participating because that shows you that there's hope. You know, there's hope for some players in the future.
And Mr. Young Bazi going up.
He goes up and
that's 2 of 2.
He makes both.
Yes, 2 of 2.
2 of 2.
So I think he's the winner. Is he the outright winner? And it's Tyreek Bazi.
Tyreek Bazi.
Yeah.
The winner of the free throw competition, brought to you by Sierra and also OSS. Mr. Wayne is in the center.
So now they have the $100 half court
shot.
So this will be very interesting. I would like to see, and I think so many nights I've been here, I've seen some of the youngsters throwing up from half court. So this is the time for them to take part.
I think this is going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting.
So you have 5 guys now.
Yeah.
A young athlete.
There's another.
And he's going up. And he's trying his best at this moment. So he's just waiting. He's just waiting for some words.
Let us at this point as well welcome
And that's
welcome Jay Sadwani. This is what we call the Mama Guy segment, where the crowd is having fun, and also the participation aspect of the spectators. They get the opportunity to make a shot and to win a prize. This is the $100 EC half court shot.
Sponsored by Osborne Service Center.
Osborne Service Center.
So we always have to big up our sponsors for making this possible.
Definitely. Mr. Bazi.
We have a slider, a young slider.
Is that what we call collateral damage?
Young Bazi went up and came off the
and he
glass,
misses.
And he misses.
I was about to go in.
Well, it seems like Mr. Osborne, he just might take a shot from half court.
And defend his 100.
No, I know that. Knowing John, he definitely wants to give away the 100, but I think he would love to make a shot as well, because I know for a fact he used to play basketball for, I think, the St. Peter's team.
Ooh,
that was close. That
close.
was close.
Hope John controls how he shoots the ball, because he can break the rim easily, so he needs to be very careful of how.
And Mr. Liebert went, and that was an ear ball.
It was a pass to the
It was a pass to the youngsters.
It was he didn't try. It was a pass. Here we have another youngster trying. Close. He got it. He got it.
And
we have a winner.
And if you see the
No, we don't have a winner as yet.
And he has to try. He's a winner, the first to shoot. So he's the first to shoot, and that was a well converted 3-pointer or half-court shot.
That was match.
And he wasted no time collecting his 100.
And I guess he's gonna get himself some chicken, popcorn, and the beverages downstairs.
Christmas come early.
So let's invite supporters to come on down. We still have a bit more of the league left, and I know for a fact we are going to be seeing more of these exhibition aspects of the games nightly. Come on down, and maybe you yourself might be able to win some money, in these hard green guava crop time.
So now we're back on center court. We have experienced official ref, Mr. Lane, here with the ball, and the ball belongs now to the BVI Skillful Ballers. It's inbound pass, so it's now with Mr. Young Jaquan Hodge. Young Jaquan Hodge inside the Mitchum going outside. So the ball now belongs to the Shamrock Ballers going up, and that was a try to pass, but it came off of Mitchum's tie. So the ball belongs now to Shamrock, Montserrat Shamrock. Number 12, Mr. Weeks, Maldrick Weeks passes out to Christian Yearwood, looking for the pass. It was a tip. Mr. Weeks have it, driving inside the kick, and he go up, and a lovely release, and unsuccessful dunk, and Mr. Hodge went up with a layup, and they're tipping, and that's the area of the court that Montserrat Shamrock need to control. So we have a 3v1 here. Can we convert? And he goes up, and Christian was looking for the dunk. He goes up with the power, and he gets it off of the glass. Well done by Mr. Yearwood, young Yearwood, number 9.
At this present time, we have the score 39-42 with the Skillful Ballers in the lead. Yes. A powerful second quarter by the Skillful Ballers. At the first quarter, I thought that Montserrat had it, but the Skillful Ballers have shown that this is not going to be a walkover. We've walked with 5-6 people, but we got to look out for us. As we have here, a rebound by BVI as they follow up the court. We have number 1 Antoine at the wing, guarded by Tishon Phillip. As the game is settled, screen set. Antoine shoots a 3 and gets it in with the foul for a chance for a 4-point play. The score is 44-39. It hasn't changed on the board, but should be 45.
there's a little technical difficulties. I think yeah. So you have that.
Yeah, 45 to 39. With Antoine at the line shooting his free throw. And it indeed is a 4-point play as he connects, and now the score moves on to 46 to 39. As Jazik Weeks brings on the ball just after half court. Screen set by Yearwood to Weeks. Maldrick at the top of the key. Back to Kosi Wilson, spins. Passes to Jazik. Beautiful basketball. Beautiful textbook.
Yes.
That's what you call it, textbook. An easy layup for Jazik Weeks. The score moves on to 41 for the Shamrocks, 46 for the Skillful Ballers.
And as I was saying during the break, this is what Montserrat needs to do. Bring the ball into the middle and draw that attention to get that foul. We got Faye, and he makes that three.
Open three. And
yes,
we're not guarding guys like that on the line. We should be stepping early, interrupting that phase of play.
And Teshon tries that reverse layup. However, he bounced off the front. Robinson goes onto the top on the 3-point line, and he bounces again.
It in.
So that's two.
Another 3-pointer.
So now the score is 52 to 41. We're here down at the Little Bay multi-complex watching live basketball here with the Montserrat Shamrock team playing against the BVI Skillful Ballers. And at this moment, the Montserrat Shamrock needs something out of the locker to put BVI on the pressure. We have it. Young Haywood goes up, and on the buzzer is a turnover. Antoine Robinson going down with it, picking, playing, very skillful player with the ball, controlling the ball, spinning inside. There's a double screen. He still has the ball. The defense is coming up, pushing that ball inside to
rebound.
Shaquem Tyson. And a rebound. Hodge has it, takes it, give it to
another three by Antoine. This one off the glass does not connect.
Frey moves to the side, tries the three, bounces, and he gets it dropped.
That's the third 3-pointer in the last minute for BVI.
Yes,
Montserrat needs to guard that perimeter.
And BVI is opening up the outside game.
Yeah, definitely.
So let's see if Montserrat can go with their inside game and draw some fouls, and that was a foul. Well needed foul. They need to get a few more of those because 6 minutes. They get 3 more of those in this quarter. I think we'll be alright.
I think that's the only strategy they can adapt at this point as it relates to foul trouble for the BVI players. They're only 5 on the court.
And there's a timeout now called by Coach Moraine and his team.
Well needed timeout actually.
And well needed timeout because that was a 11-point run, was it?
Well, it's now a 14. It's a 14-point lead now from the BVI. So we see the reverse of chances where now Montserrat has to pursue the BVI, whereas in the first quarter it was BVI having to pursue. So let's see how we stand up against this. As any coach would say, you don't want the lead to get out of hand. If it's 14 points, you don't want it to reach 20 points. BVI is playing to increase their lead. They've been playing on the same pace from the middle of the second quarter. And if you watch the game, they're taking control and they're taking those, making those steals, making those turnovers. And it's now time for Montserrat to dig deep, protect the ball, put them into some foul trouble, and take back control of the game.
Definitely. I think hardcore defense is priority right now for Montserrat, especially at the perimeter. If it takes to double team Antoine, number 1 of VVI, then so be it. He has been making consistent threes throughout the second half, throughout the first half, and what they need to do is double team him, double team number 3, and put a strong defender in the paint. So someone of the likes of Jordan Ryan or Kristen Yearwood to protect that paint while the perimeter is guarded.
So inbound pass from Maldrick Weeks, coming in looking to Philip. Philip give it back to Maldrick Weeks, who's doing a line. Jordan picks it up inside, and let's see if on the top of the free throw line, and it's missed. It goes up.
It bounces.
You're getting inside.
2 layups missed by BVI. Maldrick Weeks crossing the half-court line, bringing over the ball. Top of the key to Teshon Phillip. Screen set by Yearwood. Tashawn Phillip takes a 3-pointer and does not get that anywhere close to the rim.
And if you notice on that last play from where Ryan tried to take the shot on Tyson, Tyson basically stepped away when he saw Ryan got the ball. That's the things we need to take advantage of. Attack the board, because he's not going to foul. He's just going to he's going to try to defend, but he's not going to foul.
There's a foul here by Christian Yearwood, and I think on Antoine Robinson again, with his conversion rate at the line, very successful. I think, don't quote me, the listening public, I think that is 12 out of 18, and that's very good. And now it's 13.
Yes, and that's 4 fouls for Yearwood.
Yes.
So therefore, he is definitely in foul trouble, and it's only the third quarter. Robinson converts again, and the lead is now 16 points. Or yes, 16 points, 57 to the BVI. Ryan at the top of the court passes to Moraine. Back to Philip. Tries the 3, misses. Ryan goes to the middle. Yes, this is what he needs to do, and draw the foul. It's a simple. It's not rocket science.
Let's see who has the foul.
I think that's number 4.
Yes,
number 4. We know Shaquem Tyson is.
He is in foul trouble because in the first half he had 3 fouls.
That's his 4th.
That's his 4th foul. So we know now, as you said, Coach Daly, this is the time to work on those type of players, drawing as much foul as possible, making sure now that when you drive into that box, he has to think twice of stepping towards you, or he would be off of the court, and that would give the Montserrat Shamrock an advantage going in.
Yes, you would, from now on, the next quarter, because once he's not fouled, you will see him playing a more step away, more boxing out and rebounding. That's where we got to step up. However, continue driving and we'll get those points, and this lead will seem like nothing.
All right, Ryan converting 1 out of his 2 shots for his free throw. Now they're setting themselves up fully. Antoine has the ball, drives going in, creating.
Philip.
The defense we have stepped up our defense, touching high on the court.
Yes, they're trying to prevent the 3 points. However, yes, it's a good choice of defense from the Shamrocks. Putting the ball under pressure, and good shot from Tyson, taking it from the range of 10 to 12 feet. We've got Weeks coming down. Yeah, will it drive to the board? He's at the top of the key. What will he do? He pulls up and he makes it.
And he answers him straight away. And as you can hear, building momentum in the crowd. We need the crowd to go around their boys, the Shamrock, Montserrat Shamrock team. I see some flags in the crowd, guys. I see a lot of young people walking around. Eyes are on the court. So we know we're here down at the Little Bay multi-purpose center, and basketball is here.
Good ball movement by the BVI.
Yes, they're working the clock, and Montserrat has possession of the ball. Good rebound. Ryan in the middle. Will he take it straight to the board?
Yes, he will. And he takes a very good layup.
They step away.
Very good layup.
They step away all the time.
Yeah. And that's what you were saying, Coach Daly. Now they know that you're in foul trouble, and you see the presence of Ryan coming in. You have to give him that lane so he can fly. We need him to fly tonight as much as possible.
3 points by Faye. Does not get this one to fall. Magic Weeks to Tashawn Phillip. Skillful. Does not get it in, however.
The ball goes out of bounds.
And that was a moment where some of the players very quick. So we know that we have some very quick players moving. We see Rodney coming in. Rodney. Is that a timeout? A timeout is called. And is that Moraine, Coach Moraine, or the BVI Ballers coach? And as always, I like to ask this question. At this moment, Coach Daly, what would you be saying to your boys at this time?
Well, it's a 13-point lead. It's a good game. Yes. We've got them where we want them. So just continue penetrating to the board. Continue stepping up on the defense, prevent them from getting those open threes that they use so well in the second quarter and open up that lead. And they've been doing that. So I would just encourage them to just continue the pressure and continue taking the ball to the basket, because they won't lose that way.
Definitely. I think at this present moment they need to ease off of the 3-point shots and take it to the board, as Coach said. I think that's the wise decision at this present moment. And we look forward to see the Shamrocks cut this lead down to at least less than 10 before the fourth quarter.
Okay, we've got 3 minutes, and I'm personally challenging the Shamrocks to get number 4 Tyson fouled out. He has 4 fouls. Let's see if they could do it. Robinson goes to the board, fearlessly puts it in. 61 to the BVI.
I would like to know how many points Robinson has at this moment.
We got Moran, fumbles a bit, Tyson moves away, and it's an easy shot.
And as you can see,
easy shot. I must say that Antoine has been very confident with his game, with his 3-point shot, with his drives. You can see that he's not afraid. He's fearless. He is, and I think that's one thing they need to do is capitalize on.
And that was a turnover by Antoine. He was looking for the foul, and he's trying to do a spin inside of the lane, or unsuccessful. Now Mr. Weeks has the ball. Mr. Weeks gives Steve Rodney. Rodney coming up to the court, looking for Weeks.
2 weeks to Yearwood on the wing. Back to Nkosi Wilson. 2 weeks with the open lane, and he lays it in beautifully.
Yes, and if you notice, you see Robinson walking with a bit of a limp. If you don't know if he hurt his leg, but he's just buying time so that he can feel a bit better. And as you see, they're in the lead, so they don't need to rush the game. So they're just taking it easy, running down the clock, and let Robinson heal, because 11 points is not going to happen just so. Robinson with the ball, drives to the middle, gets another open attempt. Tyson rebounds and puts it back and draws a foul. So this is not what you want from the Montserrat players. You want them to keep defending and keeping the ball away. However, you got to box out. Yes. And that was lacking just now. There was no boxing out, and without boxing out, you give the opponent a better chance of getting that rebound.
And Tyson getting up there, having the rebound yet again, as I've mentioned earlier in the games, getting inside of the paint and not getting that rebound.
Yes, and if you watch the guys on the BVI, you can see their legs are tired.
Yes,
they've had a good workout yesterday and another one tonight. They're trying to keep in the game. Let's see what happens. Yearwood tries the 3. Bad move, and my estimation, we need him to drive. He's such a power in the middle. We've got Robinson back now with the ball, goes up for the 3, misses. Ryan rebounds. Let's see if he goes to the
passes, and Kosi.
And Kosi could not hold on that pass inside, so that's a next turnover by the Montserrat Shamrock guys. Now it's an inbound from the number 10, Mitchum, on the baseline. Putting the ball now to Antoine Robinson. Antoine Robinson going up, taking his time. This is where you will see the experience of that young man.
Faye gets an open look, misses. Rodney rebounds.
Magic Weeks driving.
Will he go through the middle?
Jordan.
Ryan decides to take a jumper. Rebound by Rodney.
Rebound now by Tyson. Tyson going up the court, putting the ball between
his feet. Good defense.
Good defense going up. And Christian going up, and there was no foul. He's looking for the foul, holding his face. Robinson goes down quickly, playing 1-2. And he was blocked by Jordan Ryan. And that's a pass inside. There's no communication, so I see the lack of communication going inside. Step away, fade away, jump shot. Not converted, but tipped back up by
Tyson.
Shaquille
yes, and
Tyson.
We've got under a minute.
Under a minute, 66,
the third.
16-point lead.
Let's see what Montserrat could do. Weeks goes for the 3, misses, and Ryan comes to the center, and he's fouled as usual, taking that shot. This is what they have not been doing.
Yes.
This is what they should have been doing, but they have not been doing for the past 3 minutes. It's now 35 seconds left in the third, and it's a bit late. However, with a 16-point lead, you've got a lot of work to do in the fourth.
A lot of work going into Coach Daly. So I hope the the coaching staff of the Montserrat Shamrock can implement some sort of play going into the fourth quarter, because the home team, the Montserrat Shamrock, is trailing by 15 points now because Jordan has converted one of his free throws. So he has a next free throw now. Taking it. I see his arm well strapped, and he has converted both. So now we have 14-point lead with 35 seconds on the clock. And Young Hodge goes down, putting the ball between, looking for inside.
I think it's a control method. They're running down the clock, getting that easy look, and making
Jordan, again, Jaquan Hodge going up again, converting that basket. Magic Weeks have the ball, being double teamed inside, looking for that place. Stephen Roddy goes up and he missed his layup. Easy layup, and the Shamrock boys are in a bit of pickle. Number 4 goes up, lost the ball, stripped at the moment, and now it's
the end of the third.
So we have an interesting fourth quarter, Coach Daly.
16 points, foul trouble for the BVI, a lot of energy on the bench for Montserrat. Let's see how they handle the fourth.
And let's remind the public that the BVI skillful ballers, they have no substitutes. Their players, they enter the tournament with 6 players. Now they have 5. They have foul trouble coming up, and they're not phased. You look at their bench, they phase coach. The coach is out in the middle talking to one of his players, and we're looking at the Shamrock, Montserrat Shamrock team. I see getting a little water break. So Coach Daly, at this moment now, you've been saying for the whole 2 quarters from the first, we need to implement our plan. More than ever now, this is the time that we need to do that.
Yes, and what you see the BVI come out with is a time management plan for the fourth quarter, where they know they are in the lead, so they want to just maintain that lead and let Montserrat try to catch up. So Montserrat now has to put that extra effort to get those 16 points to meet them, and then another set of points if they want to surpass them.
So now it's a more psychological game. That's the way you say just one.
Definitely, I think one of the stronger, mentally strong players are Magic Weeks, and he has to bring the team together, because the rest of the team, they tend to get frustrated, get upset, and being mentally strong is very important in the last quarter of this game.
Let me ask this question, and let's welcome Jeremy Wade into the in the booth. No, it's okay. I'm gonna be asking, each person is gonna give their remark. We're looking at the turnovers by the Montserrat Shamrocks, and from my vantage point, those turnovers not only are unnecessary, but they are unnecessary because they are unable to take time out, analyze the court and the movement of the players, and make that pass. They're rushing the pass sometimes. And the role of the point guard in the Emerald Shamrocks game is lacking. What is your view on that? And moving into the fourth quarter, what is the strategy you guys are proposing? And we can start from Coach Daly and come all the way around.
Well, as we restart, the Emerald Shamrocks with the guards, they haven't found a solution to stop Robinson. So what they need to do is probably double team him a bit more, or I would refuse to say what else, but that's what they need. But however, the control that the Montserrat team has displayed has showed that they need a bit more experience against these.
And there's a quick turnover. Scrappy turnover. So now it's a
Fahy again with an easy layup, extending the lead 70 to 52. So we have Moraine. He has 4 fouls, goes to the middle, gets an open look because everyone just stands around, and he puts it in the wrong spot. We have Fahy now, slows down the game. He probably take 10 seconds off this ball and keep the momentum because BVI can score with 1 second. We got, I think our guys have put, Fahey goes to the middle, rebound by Jordan, slaps to Hodge, back to Mitchum, mispassed, and overthrown.
And
again,
a
yet
turnover
again,
yet again. And the
another
question you
turnover.
asked, Pollard, I think at this time, management.
They need to slow down the game, and
Yes,
they
you
need to slow it down.
need the management. You need now for the captain as coach, and Josh said you need now for the team to manage themselves on the court. Seeing where to pick, and you have Robinson going, forcing, driving, getting up, collecting the rebound, quick transition of play coming up. You have Philip going up, turnover again, and that's a turnover. A young Hodge going, taking his time, going, rejection by Ryan. We can use these moments now to get that lead broken. Good pass. He went up. Can we get up? Can we convert? And yes,
Very
we done.
strong. Very strong.
Ryan going up very strong. And I think now you have the Mitchum arguing to the ref for a call. A very experienced official. Grew up watching this guy playing ball, and now he's going over talking to the player. I think now he's warning the coach. Again, please cut that out because as you said, picking up unnecessary fouls, dangerous at this moment.
Yeah. And number 3 already received a technical earlier in
Yes.
the game, in the first half of the game, so he needs to watch himself if he wants to go home with the W.
So now Mitchum goes to Robinson. Robinson has the ball going over the court.
Mitchum sets the screen. Robinson is now at the top of the key passes to Faye. Who passes down to Tyson, tries it, and he's fouled in the center.
The turnovers are very critical for Montserrat, and there's only one way to stop it, and it's to slow down the game.
And it's very noticeable that Montserrat has sent in a smaller squad with like three guards on the top, whereas I don't think that is as effective. I think Rodney and would be quite instrumental right now.
I'm surprised that Wade is not on the court tonight. I'm not sure if he's injured or if there is an issue, but Wade is one of the players that brings some size to the court, and he's also a very strong defender.
That was a question I asked Jenzel earlier, and he said Wade was resting.
Yeah, he's nursing a injury, and he's converted. Mitchum has converted both shots, so now it's a 54-72 ball game that we have here.
Magic Weeks to Kristen Yearwood on the wing. To Weeks alley hoop.
And that's a wasted pass again by Weeks. So now, as time goes on, 7 minutes.
Yes, and you don't have much time for mistakes now. We've got Tyson trying to drive to the ball, lost control, and they once again are trying that perimeter shooting, which hasn't been effective. Can we see them go back to the ball? Can we see them take the ball back to the ball? Let's see what happens.
Yes.
We have Yearwood on the wing, to Jordan Ryan on top of the key, drives hard, strong, and a foul.
Draws
and
the
a foul.
And that's
exactly
what
we've been speaking about.
Who is it now?
We just want to see who got
it's
that
Mitchum,
foul.
I think number 10, Mitchum. That was only his third?
Third, yes. It's only his third.
Yes, but as you see, the BVI players are getting frustrated. They're looking for calls and they're not getting them, and they seem now to be in a mode where they're frustrated. However, being frustrated and having the lead is not a bad thing.
Yes. And our boys now need to dig ever so deep to get out of this 17-point lead, and Jordan has not converted all two.
Rebounded
and there's
lost.
a turnover.
Recovered. We
See,
have Jordan Ryan
goes
driving
back to
hard.
And he's been stripped. And
Antoine.
Got Robinson at the top of the key.
He needs to be double.
He's been double teamed, and there's a foul on the ground.
By Jazik Weeks, very unnecessary foul.
And
once
that
again.
may be his fourth. Jazik.
They need a strong defender on Antoine.
So the ball is coming from the side.
They need a strong defender, Antoine. I would recommend for it to be Jordan Ryan. Take him out of the center position.
And Antoine then again goes, lays up. He's very good at using his body and
he is. Very strong
and creating
fella.
that space.
Very strong fella.
And he reaches around Weeks again with the ball. What is he gonna do? 13 seconds. Moraine drives to the middle. Tries to put it up. And what he needs to do is go with a bit more aggression.
And I see that the BVI has dissected Montserrat's game and beating him at the game at this moment. So we need to step
Number
up.
4, Tyson, is playing very smart basketball. He did not contest that. He did not contest that shot.
And
at
Tyson
all.
has that open look and he travels.
And he has
He
traveled
travels
by himself, and he has traveled. So now
a bit of excitement.
Yes.
That happens.
As we get to 6 minutes
But they can
and
afford
42
turnovers.
seconds.
They can afford turnovers being in the lead.
Let's see what Weeks does. Pass it to Moraine. Passes up to Ryan. Who passes to Weeks again, and he lays that up
Very
easily.
good pass. Very good pass on the wing to Jazik Weeks as he finishes with that left-hand layup. Hodge on top of the key. Number 10 calling for the ball, does not get it.
As
Faye
it
on
is.
the wing, guarded by Jazik Weeks. Very strong. Drives, spins, fades away.
Rebound
by Jordan Ryan.
Let's see if he can
Runs
push
down
the
the
ball
court.
up the middle. Teshawn, let's see if he goes to the middle, then he gets the space. And he misses. He misses. He gets Weeks. Recovered. A bit slippery ball this evening. Fahy with the ball passes to Tyson, who tries to pass to Mitchum, slips away again, back to Fahy, and he banks it in. 76-59, 17-point lead. Montserrat doesn't seem to be chipping away the way they want to on the score.
Marjorie very aggressively rebounds his own shot. To
Back
the
to
middle,
Ryan.
Jordan Ryan.
Yes.
Foul.
And the one. And we need some more of that and one play going inside the key area. And as you can see now, the guys are here looking. Jordan focusing on his shot, and he's very good tonight
Number
from
12 with the foul.
the free throw line. So again, I would like to see his numbers going into the last 5 minutes of this game with his free throw conversion. And he has converted that one as well.
Bring the lead down to 14 points.
So we got Robinson now taking control. He wants to push back the score. Gets a
Blocked
block.
by Jordan Ryan.
Let's go.
To Jazik Weeks.
Jazik Weeks drives through the middle, passes to Weeks again, passes back to Jazik Weeks, who's
to Jordan Ryan, takes the mid-range jumper and
And
banks it in. Banks it home. The crowd goes wild.
It's back to a 12-point lead, and is there a
5
timeout?
minutes remaining on the shot clock. 5 minutes and 12 seconds remaining on the shot clock. Will Montserrat bring this home? 12-point difference with BVI in the lead at 76 and Shamrocks at 64. The game plan is to draw the foul.
Yes.
BVI, it's to run the clock. Who will come out victorious?
Jay, do you think the game plan is now a bit too late?
I don't.
5 minutes, 12 seconds left.
Basketball, this is a 3-possession game.
Okay, so we've got a chance.
3-possession game. And with, oh boy.
With good game management.
And
with good
time management.
And time management, going in,
And
calling
balancing
those
things.
timeouts when necessary, cooling down, as now more than ever, Coach Daly, as you mentioned before, we need to draw that foul.
Yes.
We need to put the team into foul trouble going in here, so now we can play more freely inside, moving that ball,
Tyson.
getting that point up.
Tyson at number 4 has 4 fouls. And I think that's one thing that the coaches must mention to the teammates, so they keep attacking him. He will get frustrated. He is going to put his hand out at one point, and he will get fouled out of the game.
Yes.
And that's when Montserrat can convert this entire game and come out victorious.
And what do you think about Robinson, Antoine? How do we stop
There
him?
is no other way. He has to be double teamed.
But you know, I think someone like Fenton, Jaish Fenton, if he comes on with that speed that he has, he can contain him to a level. You don't think
If
so?
I was to take someone off of that bench, it would be Rodney. to guard Antoine. He has long arms, he has that reach, and he is fast.
He has the speed.
He has the speed.
All right.
So if that's one person, or I would bring out Jordan from the center position, put him onto Antoine, and bring Kristen Moraine to play the center position alongside with Nkosi Wilson.
You know, next year I'm looking forward for you on coaching.
Well, I'll be happy to be management, but I think you know.
So we have got inbounds now. Robinson passes into
Hodge, and I see a high press
by Magic Weeks.
And that's a good
good interception by Jordan Ryan. They run down the court. Magic Weeks with the ball, fumbles, gathers.
Again.
Unnecessary alley-oop attempt. Luckily, they retrieve the ball. Jordan Ryan with the fadeaway. Recovered by Nkosi Wilson and finishes. That's it. That's it.
10-point lead.
A 10-point
Let's
game.
not forget into press.
4.5 minutes remaining in the last quarter. The final quarter, we have it. Antoine Lee at the top of the key. Slows down the game. A foul called.
Is it on Robinson for his forearm?
No, it seems
Weeks.
Magic Weeks. Oh. But you see, Robinson, he uses that forearm to kind of shield the players.
Very clever player. Watching him from his first night and his conversion rate, I cannot stop using that word. Getting inside the paint, scoring.
I am a fan of him at this point because he has been very dominant at the top of the key, on the perimeter, and in the paint as well. They need to double team. You look at open lane again for him, and he converts. They need to double. There needs to be a man-to-man defensive strategy here. As we have Weeks with the ball, turnover once again.
And we have Hodge going into the middle, and he gets it slapped away
by Kristen Hill.
Yes. You have to give kudos to the BVI skillful ballers again. I'm getting some texts. How come they have no subs? And I'm saying yes, they know. And you're looking at the Montserrat bench. Shamrock bench with substitutes.
They indeed live up to their name.
Yes.
They indeed live up to their name. Skillful ballers.
Very clever players going in, and I must mention again the team is Antoine Robinson, number 1, Jaquan Hodge, number 9, Andre Mitchum, number 10, is that Raquan Faye, number 3, Shaquem Tyson, number 4, and that's David Joseph Louis, number 5.
And number 5
and
is
I think
on the bench.
And he's on the bench. So you're looking at 5 players here.
And they have been going for 4 quarters.
4 quarters.
All 4 quarters.
And that's
credit must be given where it is due.
Yes, to all the BVI persons watching and listening.
I am impressed.
I'm sure that you are proud of your guys. They've come out and they've showed what they can do. The Montserrat team has the energy, has the vibe to get back into this game.
It's not easy to leave your home country with just 5 players on a basketball team and dominate at the level they are doing. I got credit must be given. But then again, I saw them in Ashooks this morning, so I guess they must have gotten
what I'm looking at too, and this and Coach Daly, you would be able to add to this, is the BVI's skillful ballers' ability to score from a variety of parts on the court.
Positions, yes.
Variety of positions on the court.
Yes, they have.
Antoine again with a very, very skillful layup there.
So Montserrat is setting up a play. Got Teshon Phillips right through the middle. They keep their hands off him, and
this is the layup. Antoine down the court, through the center, slows down the game. Very strategic.
Look how he protects that ball. Look how he's protecting the ball. Look how he's setting up his team, holding the ball, using the clock. Then using his moment to drive.
And using that body, using that shoulder.
And tipped in by Tyson. Score is 80 to the BVI. 3.82 to the BVI. We got Ryan trying to, and goes in the middle, goes up, misses. Got Tyson, and his Tyson, bit of a loose ball, and the BVI easy layup. 2 minutes.
Looking at these guys, we see exhaustion coming from the number 10 Mitchum, but yet still you see the perseverance. Setting up, look,
what
step
they
in.
are doing What they are doing is taking turns. They
Yes.
are taking turns. At one point, you would see Antoine walking on the court, staying back behind. Another time, you see number 10, Mitchum, avoiding any sort of contact. That's number 4. Any sort of contact. He does not want that.
Let's see if they press the full court. Because this is where...
It's a man-to-man at this point.
Oh, and we've got a foul.
Right. Number 5.
Well, with 2 minutes, left back, everyone should be really going hard. You know, trying to, we need to give that full court press and get those steals. We need to stop BVI in the tracks right now.
What I'm looking from the BVI Skillful ballers, strength and conditioning, fitness level to be running 4 quarters with only 5 players from start to end. This is saying that they have been doing a lot of work on fitness. You know what I mean? Because there's a certain time as an athlete, once you're running and you're moving aggressively, your muscles, lactic acid and those other stuff, you know what I mean? Yeah.
And
there's a toll on your body.
Very good observation.
Very,
Very good observation.
Very fast-paced game, and it's not easy to run 4 quarters consistently.
Oh, let's see if we get a foul. No, nothing there.
We get 2 points.
Let's see how the press is crunch time now.
16 points with just about 2 minutes remaining.
Yes, I think that's a wrap for the Montserrat team at crunch time, and you got such a deficit.
Steal by Jordan Ryan. How much will it do at this point? Tries to draw the foul, finishes for 2, does not get the foul.
Okay, let's see if they press, they may get another steal.
A steal by Teshawn Phillip.
Let's see how fast they get that ball into the basket.
Misses.
Looks of a fumble.
He needs to be subbed.
Antoine goes up, he rolls off, he gets a foul, and I think Weeks, that's his 5th, he's out.
Yes. And I think he sacrificed himself right there, right now. You see Christian talking in frustration at the end. And as someone mentioned before, the BVI has done their homework. They came into this game very clever, changing up their game plan from last night. Sending 2 players, and that's Hodge and Robinson in time to just attack. Very successful. Tomorrow night I can give the scores for both players, and you will see that their scoring and their conversion rate is very high, especially inside of the lane. Look again, winning the rebound.
Even in the 4th quarter, in the last few minutes, Antoine is not giving up.
And we got fade away. Jump shot misses.
Yeah, ball. Coming down is Christian Yearwood. Stolen.
That was a strip again. Can we see a dunk? And that was a dunk. Adding insult to injury. And the number, who's that?
And it's another steal.
That's number 4.
So
that's Shaquem Tyson. Now it's a steal.
Is celebrating.
Tyson walks in, that should be a 3-point.
And Hodge,
by number 9.
number 9. So they're just playing around.
They're just having fun.
The Montserrat
Shamrocks. So it's 91-72, and Jordan is flying inside. Stephen Roddy for the Phillip goes up for his 3, misses, and Christian now with a dunk inside, a little too late. 40.7 seconds on the clock with 91-72 in the 4th quarter, and we can say at this moment the Montserrat Shamrocks have been defeated by the BVI Skillful Ballers. So that's 2 games for the 5-team Skillful Ballers, and I know even more as a sportsman and as a coach, I give kudos to the BVI players. And as Pollard mentioned, conditioning, players, fitness level. So far I've seen 1 cramp. Robinson is fooling us with that walk because his left foot seems to be out of sort. But yet still, he's dominating the paint, driving inside the key every time he gets a chance, converting.
Perimeter, he's taking advantage of the perimeter. He has drawn fouls to the point where Jazik Weeks is now out of the game.
If I should be honest, I'm going to say that the Montserrat Shamrocks has been out strategized.
Yeah.
The strategy in which the BVI Skillful Ballers came with tonight was amazing. Knowing that they only have 5 players, and what I'm looking at too is the communication between the coach and the players.
Yes.
Here it is.
100%.
You have members that players, that were moving towards getting fouled out, and guess what they're doing? They started allowing the Montserrat players to drive straight through.
And another shot, another easy layup. However, not easy. He made it look easy.
That was in traffic.
He made it look easy. And Kosi Wilson was guarding him with full force, and he just converted.
The threes are coming now.
With Jordan Ryan.
And
I want to know how many points Jordan Ryan has.
Yeah. And
20
hold on,
seconds left.
you said something very interesting. Working out the play for Montserrat, and someone said it. They deciphered Montserrat team, and they inserted and they did their job. And I say again,
As
kudos
number
to
4
them.
dribbles out the ball. BVI has run down the
And
clock.
you look in the corner, they have their fan base. Look at that. The BVI have their fan base inside of the Little Bay Multi-Purpose Center. And I would like to say thank you very much to the listening public abroad. We're back here tomorrow night with the Montserrat Shamrocks versus, is it the BVI Skillful Ballers
versus Antigua?
Wadadli Elites, and the Montserrat Shamrocks
Sugar Boys
against the Sugar Boys. So that's a must-win game going into that game for Montserrat Shamrocks. And we're here with the panel. Anyone, do you want to say anything before we?
We're looking forward into tomorrow evening. I think Montserrat is going to even meet a more tougher challenge going into St. Kitts. St. Kitts has proven tonight over the Antigua Elites that they are here to compete and they are ready for some more action. So Montserrat now is going to go into a team that has similar numbers. However, they've got a bigger squad. So it's going to be another big challenge for Montserrat, and if they need to win this to contest in the finals as for the top seed. If they do not win, they're going to be contesting for the bottom seed against the other losers. So they need to win this tomorrow night, and it's going to even be a bigger game than this evening.
What I'm looking at as well is the points difference between the win with the Montserrat Shamrocks against the Wadadli Elites and the BVI Skillful Ballers against the Montserrat Shamrocks.
And even the Sugar Boys against the Elites, because that was a wider
And I'm still saying that the Sugar Boys would be a game for Montserrat as well. It's going to be a very tightly contested game, and it's a game to see as well.
What I would recommend that the coaching staff does is that they replay that game with St. Kitts and Wadadli, they replay that game with St. Kitts and BVI, learn the team and strategize accordingly. This is a competition. We're coming here to win, and in order to win, you must have a strategy. Now, I'm expecting much more from players like Magic Weeks, Kristen Yearwood, especially Teshawn Phillip. Tonight there were too many turnovers, and what we need to do is convert those fast breaks into easy layups, into easy finishes, easy mid-range shots.
And if we may note as well, it was a similar. It was similar to last night with the Shamrocks versus the Wadadli Elites. The turnover rate was great, was tremendous. And I think it's very important that we understand that we need a point guard playing the role of setting the ball and dishing out the plays. You know what I mean? That's very important.
Yes.
Dispatching the ball, seeing, you know what I mean, setting the play, so on and so forth.
Yeah, it's called controlling the tempo of the game.
Correct.
So at this point, we have the BVI who are quite comfortable. We have the Wadadli Elites and who have lost both games. So now they're in an uncomfortable situation at the moment. We have the Montserrat Shamrocks who need a win tomorrow night. And in a similar situation, it's the Sugar Boys who have a dub and they have a loss as well. So the Montserrat against the Sugar Boys tomorrow is going to be a very big game because that determines who will play to
for the first position.
For the first position as they go into the finals. The BVI, I must say, that they came in as underdogs with just 6 players, and now they've proven to be the best team at this point in the competition.
I think this is going to be a test for them because tomorrow they're going to use those legs again, and then Thursday they're going to use those legs again. So this is going to be a real test of endurance for them over all those evenings. No substitutes, just 5 men.
And I think now is the time that you insert the ice bath going forward, the ice rubs, and with the win that has put something into their step, giving them that momentum. They have played now 2 teams, they've conquered 2 teams, so they know what's the winning pedigree going forward.
To the point where they even got their own fan base here in Montserrat.
Yes, and just before we leave, I'd like to say special thank you to the government of Montserrat, ZJB, Sarah, and GIU, Flow, and also Bank of Montserrat
and
as the
Caribbean
partner,
Alliance.
and Caribbean Alliance, and also to the MABA Basketball Association. I'd like to say thank you. Thank you for joining us tonight, and please join us tomorrow night yet again for next exciting showdown between the BVI Skillful Ballers against the Wadadli Elites, the Montserrat Shamrocks versus the St. Kitts and Nevis Sugar Boys, right here at the Little Bay Cultural
Multi-purpose.
And no matter which way you look at it, one thing is guaranteed, and that's great basketball, great excitement. So make it a family event. Come down with your friends and family to the multi-purpose basketball court tomorrow for the Montserrat Shamrocks against the Sugar Boys and the Wadadli Elites versus the BVI. It's going to be great fun because that's one thing that we guarantee. Great basketball as we bring this tournament to the 3rd night. That's tomorrow, Tuesday night. And this is Saka Winky checking out.
I like to say shout out my peoples in BVI, tuning in, jumping in front of this screen. Hope that win has brought love into your heart, and have a blessed evening. Thank you. Yeah.
Happy birthday, festival day. 60 years fun and mass we making. Happy birthday, hip hip hooray. 60 years we now celebrating.
Try that song again for me, please, Jason.
No, I want to watch TV.
Not until you finish your math.
No!
Give me faith and patience here today. Child, you're going to sit there until I tell you to move. did I do with that belt?
Take deep breaths and think of another way to reach your goal.
All well and good for you to say. You don't see how he's trying me. Okay. Take deep breaths. Think of another way to reach your goal. Baby, you're tired of sitting down, huh?
Yes, can we finish work tomorrow?
No, because we have more schoolwork to do tomorrow. Here's what. How about we watch a funny video? I'll let you choose. Then we go right back to finishing off the work. If you finish before bedtime, I'll let you watch some more videos until it's time to say goodnight.
Deal.
Deal. I'll get the hang of this positive discipline thing.
You can positively discipline your child without the use of beatings or harsh words. This message is brought to you by the Ministry of Education, UNICEF, this station, and funded by UK Aid.
The Government Information Unit, GIU, is the communications arm of the Government of Montserrat. We serve as the official platform for news and information for and about the government's ministries and departments. We develop information products on government's policies, programs, projects, and activities, which are then channeled through various communication platforms. GIU, your official source for news and information on the Government of Montserrat.
Girl, I'm so glad Rebecca invited me to a party.
I know, right?
Let's go over and say hi.
Hi, Rebecca.
Hi. Rebecca, I love your hair.
Rebecca, I love your shoes.
What? Come push them out, let me see.
Look at this beautiful dress. Pause, girl, pause.
Oh my God, she really thinks she look good? You know what? I think everybody deserves to see how bad she looks.
Good idea.
Hashtag not cute. Hashtag Red Cross. Hashtag she don't look good.
Rebecca. Rebecca.
Rebecca, what is it? What is it? Why are you crying? Talk to me.
I'm so stupid. Why do anybody know?
I'm sorry.
That was not to think about me all the time. Let's talk about me. Yeah, I know I will.
Have you reported this to anyone at school? Why? Are you afraid they'll hurt you or something?
I can't eat. I know it. I let focus on the mean stuff that was about me. I never did anything to them.
Rebecca, you can't be afraid. They're bullies, that's all. Look, I'm sorry that you're hurting, but you shouldn't have to worry about the negative things people say or post about you. What they say is that the person you really are. And people who treat you in this way most certainly aren't your friends. Let me tell you something. You're beautiful on the outside and inside. Let no one tell you otherwise. You hear me? Always report these matters to the relevant authorities. But remember, if bullies know that you're scared and affected, they believe they have won. They believe they have the power over you. You need to find the inner strength and show them that you're not afraid.